There we go. Sorry about the technical issues. Typical that happens, even though you tested in real lands. But we're good to go. We're good to go. So again, welcome to the Senior Detectives play Sherlock Holmes, The Silver Earrings.
Welcome.
I'm Morgan Nightshade, and with me I have Blubber.
G'day.
So I have some knowledge of this game, having played it. I think we're talking about... Oh, I don't want to even say how many years it's been since I touched the old Frogware Sherlock games. I remember nothing. And I don't think you have any knowledge of these early games, do you?
Zero.
Good. So I'll if I do feel like I know something, I'll let you deal with it first.
Excellent out. You don't have to have any responsibility.
Please
it's lovely.
thank you one more time for your help in solving the case of the Turkish medallion. I'm sure that if the story could go public, the whole country would be as grateful as I am to you. As you may have surmised, I have a very urgent and confidential matter which requires your immediate assistance. You probably are aware that we are going to celebrate the birthday of a very important person, a member of the government. I can't mention their name in this letter for obvious reasons. The most famous and accomplished artists were selected and invited to perform. We are confident about their reputations. However, we have concerns about one performer in particular, a young Italian diva, Gallia, as there are certain rumors circulating about her. She has also provoked great acclaim in every European capital where she has appeared. We want to include her in this gala event, but have reservations about her reputation. She is, as fortune would have it, in London for another engagement. Sir Bromsby has invited her to perform during a reception to commemorate the return of his daughter to England. Due to reasons of politics and security, I can't attend the reception myself. Apart from yourself, I do not know anyone else I would be able to complete a mission of such importance. Together with this letter, I am sending 2 invitations, as I assumed your eminent colleague, Dr. Watson, would be accompanying you. A cab will arrive at 221B Baker Street at 8 p.m. to take you to Sherringford Hall. Even though I know that the prospect of attending a private concert given by perhaps the best voice in Europe is very attractive for a music lover like yourself, please allow nothing to distract you from this important mission. Yours sincerely, Lord Cavendish Smith.
How can we refuse a mission of such importance? Appearances to the contrary, I believe that the future of the nation can depend on our presence. Are you with me?
If the future of the nation depends upon our presence, Holmes, then you can count on me.
Please come right in. According to the request of Lord Cavendish Smith, during the dinner you'll be seated together.
What do you know about Sir Bromsby, Holmes?
What?
I have never met the man.
I just felt like you
follow
skipped
what is
something,
written
but
in the newspapers.
I haven't touched
However, I
anything.
can tell you that Sir Bromsby is a man of approximately 50 years old, tall in stature. He is impulsive and may be prone to violent outbursts. He is of low birth, has few intimate friends, and does not like women. He must be a very aggressive businessman who would not hesitate to go beyond the law if it served his purposes. I'd like to add that today he is going to make a very important declaration concerning his business. And you, Watson, what have you heard about him?
Well, I doubt that I would be able to give as detailed a description as you have just recited. Holmes, how can you say you do not know the man and give such an account?
Watson, you know my methods. Look at the stage and the stand near the fireplace. It is obvious that they are prepared for a very tall man. I see the hostess and servants anxiously glancing in the direction of a door from which their employer must enter. Their expressions go beyond nerves and suggest fear. Only a violent and unpredictable man can cause such anguish. Now look at the guests. The men present at this party are mainly composed of military officers and rich entrepreneurs. All of them are in their 50s and are clearly business associates, so I decided that he is of their age. Furthermore, to have risen as rapidly as he has in this society, Sir Bromsby would have to be a very ruthless and intelligent businessman. The women present reveal much. Beautiful women and young girls, all neatly but rather cheaply dressed. Watson, look more carefully. There are no chaperones. No ladies would appear in public without suitable escort, I assure you. They stare at the youngest gentleman to find a convenient cavalier and cluck like chickens at the smallest idiocy. In short, a man who would invite only business associates and women of the lower classes to the birthday party of his only child must have few friends, rather poor taste in women, and little regard for his daughter. Another item of note, but not the least, observe that group of men speaking very quickly. It's a group of reporters armed with their notebooks gathered together now that the time of the address is coming. These are not the society reporters for the Times sent to cover a gala birthday party. These are the regular reporters who would come only to gain news about the future of the Bromsby Empire. I will conclude by saying that no man, except a lunatic, would accept such an arrangement of tables and furniture. Look quickly, Watson. I hear applause. Sir Bromsby is coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me thank you all for attending this special reception. In fact, this moment is a turning point for many people.
Watson, quick! Tell Miss Lambert not to allow anyone to leave and to send a man for the police immediately.
Well, that escalated fast.
Also, that guy's very two-dimensional.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. We're on the case. Where is all of our stuff is my first question. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we have a magnifying glass.
Inventory.
No. We have a magnifying glass, a tape measurer, a test tube, and a Bromsby note that we can read.
The first handwriting is small and elegant. The second is hurried and forceful.
I take it back, we cannot read it. And we have our book with a map, a greater map. I'm assuming notes. Ah, here we go. The letter, the program of Miss Bromsby's 18th birthday
Oh
party.
god, the font hurts.
What you're talking about? This is a lovely font. Celebratory program in honor of the return of Miss Lavina Bromsby, away for 6 years at the Swiss boarding school and her 18th birthday. Addressed by Sir Bromsby, French dinner, recital overture by the Philharmonic Orchestra of Uxbridge, interpretation of Faust opera extracts by famous Olivia Gallia, and garden party with English treatment. What's English treatment at a garden party?
I assume cucumber sandwiches and, you know.
After a French dinner? Oh well. Let's see. Sir Bromsby's speech. Acknowledgement. If a notable person is present, do not to forget to acknowledge them. You welcome your daughter, you then invite her to enter the ballroom. When she is on the stage, you make your speech for the journalist. Don't forget the villager and the serpent. Shooting at pigeons isn't mentioned in program. Miss Lambert added this at the last moment. Don't forget to mention this. Oh, so that's what... So shooting pigeons is the English treatment. Okay. Fair enough.
It's worth noting that the don't forget villager and serpent is in a different writing than the other, so presumably someone else is adding that.
Assumingly. And it didn't look like he had written his own speech, because that was very much like notes from someone else. Now, okay, it's purely mouse controller, which means I can get rid of the keyboard there. Whoop. Well, back. Let's get talking to Watson out of the way.
Excuse me if I may. I am Sherlock Holmes.
What do you wish to know?
Oh, it wasn't. I don't even recognize Watson anymore.
I
Your
wish to
presence-
know your presence
Who
here.
are you?
I am the doctor from the village near the hall.
And how is Sir
Is
Bromsby?
he still breathing?
He died instantly.
Where is the bullet?
It's still in the body. I must obtain police authorization to extract it.
Thanks, Doctor.
Never mind.
Well, that was quick and to the brief. We're not allowed to look at the body. We can talk to this other gentleman.
Good day.
No, just when I
My
was
name is
finished
Sherlock
writing up my
Holmes.
notes, Sir Bromsby, angry, businessman, tall,
If
dead.
it helps you.
Did you notice anything peculiar at the time of the shooting?
I jumped up, and then I looked in the direction of the shot. There, I saw that little flirt, I mean Miss Bromsby. She seemed to be placing something in her handbag amid a cloud of smoke. Then she rushed to the stage. I must say, her sudden inheritance should be a fine present for her birthday.
I really wish I could, like, scroll up a bit so that I could actually see his face while he's talking. Yes, Rumor,
We are addressing the cane.
you must make sure dead is capitalized, Blubber.
It is, and it has
Precisely
shot in
was
brackets
your
after it.
relationship with the victim?
We were partners with the old scoundrel. I'm sorry, Sir Bromsby. He personally invited me. He gave me every assurance there would be plenty of fresh meat, if you take my meaning. Well, there was, but some of it was quite cold.
I don't like.
Were you an associate of the victim?
Yes, he seems so much bigger when he's lying down rather than standing.
Well, thank you very much.
It is nothing, dear fellow.
I gotta say, they seem very distressed that their friend is all dead.
Will this interrupt the dinner?
Dinner will still be served, right? There's not even anyone manning the bar anymore. It's an outrage.
That shot was dreadful, wasn't it?
It's neither the first nor probably the last I shall hear in my life. Tell me, young man, are you a barman or not? Because I'm dying from thirst.
Did you have a personal relationship with Sir Bromsby?
What impertinence! I will answer questions of this nature only if they issue from my superiors or the authorities, and you, sir, are neither of those.
Take that, Holmes.
Well, I must leave you now.
All right, young man.
Okay. Now that we talk to some people, have that appeared in our book? No.
Yeah, is it like a list of dramatic personae?
Oh yeah, no it is. There we go. So, we do get to keep the conversations. So
Okay.
that's helpful.
Convenient, rather than having to walk all the way to someone and re-listen.
Mm-hmm. So at least the game's doing that right. How about you, just standing here with your broom?
Excuse me, could you answer some questions?
You're quite welcome.
Where were you at the moment this tragedy occurred?
Like all the servants, I was in the ballroom. 'Twas the special orders of the old crab. In my opinion, it was done in particular to have more people there to applaud him. Canny old bird, wasn't he?
What sort of man was Sir Bromsby? I mean, as an employer.
Troublesome and bad-tempered, but he paid well.
Are you personally at the service of the Bromsby family?
Yes, there are 5 of us who serve in the Sherringford Hall. There are Mary and Sue, the maids, Carl, our chef, Lamb, Sir Bromsby's coachman, and myself. All the rest were brought in just for the reception.
And where are the rest of the staff?
Mary is cleaning downstairs. Sue went to comfort some little goose who had been crying bitterly. It's rather odd because it seemed to me she started crying before Sir Bromsby was shot.
And the coachman?
Lamb is at the main gate. Miss Lambert gave him specific instructions to throw out any reporters and ensure they do not re-enter the hall. However, it would not be good if he finds you've been asking questions here. Tell me, will my name appear in the newspaper?
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure, sir.
So this is definitely in Sherlock's early days. No one's recognizing him.
Who was it he said was crying before Bromsby was shot?
Some little goose.
Okay.
The handle is twisted down.
Mary. Sue? Okay, no, we
Smell
don't
of
know.
gunpowder.
Sure.
Uh-huh. We know that Mary is comforting her. Also, are these just really low door frames? Or is Sherlock just
He's
growing
very tall, yeah.
There is a greasy substance on the door handle. Seems to be a sauce?
Look how small the armor is compared to him.
Oh dear. Can you walk forward? No. Okay, do I have to hold the magnifying glass to look at things? No. That's a relief. A saucy thing on the door handle. Okay, so this ashtray you care about. Okay, so I do need the magnifying glass.
Curious, this flaky ash does not come from this cigar.
And that seems to be the only thing on this table you want to look at. So if I understand pipe smoking correctly, this means that that pipe has been used, where these 3 other ones have not been used.
Yeah, so one person has been in this room?
One person has smoked a pipe and one person has smoked a cigar. But the ash that was found in the ashtray was not from the cigar. So I'm assuming that's from the pipe, perhaps? But someone has been in this room. Flaky ash. I cannot look at it. Maybe we need a lab to look at it further. And you cannot go anywhere else.
Something.
You need something to... Oh, the footprints! I didn't even see those. I thought that was just shading.
I need something.
Is it not footprints?
I need something.
Do you need a tape measurement?
It is a size 7.
We clearly need a second stream of Blobber taking notes. Okay, so someone with a size... Was it 7 or 8 shoe? Went through here. Wet ashy footprints from size 7 shoes. In the corner of the kitchen there's a trace of sauce on the handle. You didn't even say that. In the corridor to the kitchen there's a smell of gunpowder. Huh.
We're gonna have to be reading this frequently, it seems.
Mm-hmm. But hey, I appreciate that it's even let us know instead of you didn't take notes so you will now forget everything. Wait. There's something on the floor there. Do you need something again? Okay. Why did he use his magnifying glass there without me clicking the magnifying glass? Now he's just being inconsistent.
This black cloth is large enough to conceal a person.
Okay. I'm just gonna say it. If there's a person standing behind that suit of armor, even if they're covered by a giant black sheet, how can you not see them? The black sheet does not blend well with the stripy wallpaper. Okay, let's see. Tape measurement. Do you need more tape measurement of these footprints? Come on. You know you want to. No?
We already know that they're size 7.
In that room, but we don't know all of these ones. There's so many. You haven't heard of the case of the silver earring, Nemablob? What's this then?
This is diabolically heavy. Nothing of any interest here. Nothing of any interest here.
Huh. So the only thing you found that was interesting is that well lid or whatever it is diabolically heavy.
Nothing of any interest here.
Maybe we get Watson to help lift it?
Nothing of any interest here.
Maybe at one point we need to raid the kitchen cabinet, and that's why it's clickable, but not yet. Also, I'm just gonna remember that basket is underneath there, because that's one of those sort of things that
May I help you?
I would imagine we need at one point.
Hello? Are you aware of what has just happened?
Yes, it seems that our master has got himself killed. Scott told me that much. On his daughter's birthday. And all these nice dishes. It took me so long to prepare them. What a disaster.
How would you describe Sir Bromsby?
Well, as an employer, he was not easily satisfied, always insisting on some Indian or French dish. That old fowlet put it into Sir Bromsby's head that this Frenchman prepare better meals than the English. He would have had my master eating frogs stuffed with snails if he could.
The absolute horror.
A Frenchman?
Yes, a squint-eyed Frenchman. That must be done like this, and this must be placed like that. Well, he may well be a connoisseur of fine cuisine and service, but of everything else... Miss Lambert dared not even contradict him about the tablecloth's colour, though Bromsby hated white and insisted on blue to match the colour of the daughter's eyes. And look how he placed the tables in the ballroom. I have never seen tables arranged in such a manner.
Have you noticed how his feet are glitching?
Yes.
The lid of your dustbin is quite heavy.
It makes some noise, doesn't it? At least we know when somebody closes it. I was in the cellar, and I heard the lid closing a little before that, what you said was the shot. I heard it again right after, but that surely must have been Mary, our maid.
Where is Mary?
You say it was Mary, the housemaid. How can you be sure?
The first time I saw her with my own eyes, when she came to empty the rubbish. She cautioned me not to fall asleep in the storeroom. She always has something amusing to say. The second time, I didn't see her. I only heard the lid close.
I will let you get back to your work.
All right. Good night, sir.
I would very much like to, go into the dustbin and see what I can find. Well, as you say, we might need the strength of Watson for that. Can I take the chair?
I need something.
You can mix things in the inventory.
I would assume so, yes.
I've got the manual open. I'm having a look at some
It
stuff.
is a poor copy of the uniform button. The cannon insignias are hand-drawn.
Okay, right. You know what? Never mind, Costo. If you want to sleep on top of my feet, then by all means.
So, kitchen button from Military Man.
I cannot use the magnifying glass on things in the inventory.
It says... where were we? Roll the cursor over any object and additional information will pop up.
Black sheet.
I mean, it's not a lot of additional information, but it is.
Yes, it is. Okay then. Let's see, what else? Where haven't we been? Wait, no, go back. Was that a thing? That looks like a thing.
I need something.
I'm already holding the magnifying glass. Do you really need a tape measure?
Hail Bell, welcome.
Hi, Bellcat. What is it that you need? Because you only needed it when I was holding over the magnifying glass. Now you can't even see it. Step away. The armor? Is that what you want to measure?
Handsome armor.
I want to measure the thing on the
The
door.
tracer powder is located at 1 meter 65 from the surface.
It forewarns us on
Ooh.
quizzes.
Ooh, that could be important. A short person can't do this. Although I have trouble believing that they would use meters in Holmesian Britain.
Hmm. But that didn't go into the notebook. Oh, there we go. Also, 165 is fairly short.
Yeah, but it's got you don't shoot from head height, right? You shoot from
Yeah. That's true. Unless you're standing on something. Like if you're standing on top of the pedestal of the armor.
Handsome armor.
Okay, you don't want to do anything more with
Like,
it.
look at Holmes. Holmes's shoulders barely line up with that, and he's giant.
Well, Holmes is very unproportionate. You were right, Lord
Welcome back,
Dutchington.
Dutchy, and congratulations again on guessing that the girl was imaginary.
They're still hiding in the armor.
It is not the time to join, Watson. I have not examined everything.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Hi, Orlov. I'm sorry. No, I don't want to talk to you. You were grumpy and grouchy. But are you missing a
Find
button?
me the barman if you want anything from me.
Can you rub the button on him? Yeah.
No.
Maybe you can only do it when you're not already in the conversation, though.
Well, I must leave you now.
Okay,
All
let's
right, young man.
exit the conversation and try again. Button on you. Did it work?
Well, find me the barman if
No.
you want anything from me.
Maybe?
No.
Well, I must leave you now.
All right, young man.
Ah, that could be a hint. He wants a barman.
So maybe we go behind the bar? Can we?
Well,
Holmes, can you move? I really wish I could move with like normal with keyboard as well because he's stuck. Oh,
Well,
he was.
find me the.
Oh, because
Well,
I clicked
must-
again.
All right.
That's why you're stuck.
oh my god.
Okay, let's tour the room. Maybe I can find another way to get over there again. What's that on the chair? Can you just take it?
Look, what's this?
Piece of dirty white clothes.
So, the manual, so this isn't cheating, the manual is fair play.
Mm-hmm.
The corridor to the kitchen, did we find the black hair and the mirror?
No. We did
So it
not.
has corridor to the kitchen. This corridor has some elements connecting the
You do not
murderer
seem
and the
least
shooting.
bit alarmed.
You notice the smell of gunpowder, which we did. Measure the measuring tape height of the thing. We did that. Take the magnifying glass from the inventory and look down at the statue and the column.
Okay. I'll just finish this conversation and then we go do that.
Sure.
Because this
Why
one
didn't you
might
intervene?
also
It would have been of no use.
Progress
Whoever
things, yes.
he is, the man who
No, I meant
did
miss-
this is
miss a
either
button.
a perfect shot or extremely lucky, because old Bromsby had no chance at all.
Could you explain your presence at this reception?
Bromsby sent me 2 invitations for myself and the wife. My wife has fainted due to the shock of these events. I do hope her condition will last a good while longer, so that I may toss off several glasses of this excellent sherry.
a very devout husband who really cares about his wife.
Very well. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Can I talk about
I am
buttons with you? No. No, I cannot.
Very
Wonder
well.
how you do that.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
If it's just that the ones we tried it with doesn't want to talk to us, or if it's actually another something else.
Handsome armor. Handsome armor. Handsome armor. Handsome armor. Handsome armor.
That's what you said, right? Use magnifying
There's
glass.
supposed to be a mirror
Handsome
somewhere
armor.
here.
Yeah, but didn't you say on the statue? Joe, is this not the statue?
No, I think I think statue is different because the statue is next to a column according to the manual.
Okay. Well, let's go looking around then. It is a handsome armor, though. So nothing here. No statue, no mirror. And then This is the other way. I was in the kitchen.
Can you move into the screen in the other... Like in that previous room? In the corridor?
Oh, I can, but I have to close down the inventory. If the inventory is open, I cannot go here. So...
There was a hidden screen, yep.
Uh-huh. That makes much more sense now.
Look, what's this?
We are very thankful for the manual.
Very much so. Otherwise, we would have missed a lot of things by not thinking that we could walk into the foreground. There we go. Now we find hair. There's a reason why you read manuals. You were playing these type of games.
Check out the door handle if you can, like, because it also says that we noticed something about a door handle.
It is not the time to join, Watson.
Oh, isn't that just the one that was greasy?
Maybe.
Saucy?
It is not the time to join, Watson. I have not examined everything.
You have not examined.
Enjoy your nap, Dutchie.
No, I hope you feel better. After your nap. Is this the same? This is the same door. But there was no statue on column.
Enter the ballroom again, and you will notice that the handle is twisted.
Yes, that we did. We noticed that before we left.
Well, the only other thing is the statue and column in here. So maybe there's a statue in here, because these are columns.
Yeah, I can't look at the twisted handle again, so that seems to have been solved. Okay, so if I take that away, can I now go around here? Yeah, now I get to go back into the foreground. Can I go behind the bar? Can I now be a barman? No, this is as far as he will go.
Okay, and I don't see a statue.
No, I don't see a statue either. Maybe it's up
Although
closer to the stairs.
The shadows are quite impressive.
Hmm?
The curtain's shadows are quite impressive.
Yeah. Maybe it's in one of these rooms. Oh, well, we found a bunch of people. Let's peruse the room first. Okay, so that's the daughter at least. And he doesn't want to walk around the room. Can you give me a slightly better angle, Holmes? There's a statue. And a fireplace.
Can you magnifying glass them?
Don't think so. But we can try.
I was kind of expecting a big statue, not like a...
Same. But no, these are not it. Oh, but there's something here. What did we pick up? A guest list.
This is a woman's handwriting. What do all these annotations mean?
You can't read woman writing? Oh my.
Can't understand women's annotations.
Lockhart is here. Mr. and Mrs. Blackface?
Yes. But no C. So you know, not quite.
Maybe it's Blackface?
Yes. Okay, let's talk to the daughter, I guess.
Wait, was there back in that other view,
Ooh,
in the other screen, like the most forwards, was there? Oh well.
Everyone
It's fine.
stands ready
We can
to
go there
accuse
later. We can
me
talk to
of
these
this
people.
foul deed. I have done nothing. I have only seen my father die before my very eyes on day of my majority.
This young lady tells the truth. I can attest to her every move since she first appeared in the doorway. Beg your pardon for speaking so boldly, miss.
Where were you at the moment of the shooting?
I was near the bar speaking with Colonel Patterson. Everybody started applauding and turning towards the stage. I turned to look through the crowd.
Okay, and what did you see?
Did you notice anything in particular?
When one of the doors opened, I did see a person hidden from the other's view. A beautiful young lady stood just at the threshold. I felt somewhat ashamed for staring at her so intensely, but her considerable charms captured my full attention until the dreadful shooting took place.
She's standing right next to you, dude.
Are you sure it was Miss Bromsby?
Yes, Colonel Patterson was next to me and can confirm what I saw.
He's not calling her
It seems to me that
ugly
no one
right
else was
next
near
to
us at
her.
that precise moment.
What is your reason for being here?
I owe it to Colonel Patterson. We met each other several days ago at his club. He kindly persuaded me to accompany him.
And then he leaves. He said what he had to say, and now he leaves. And we're teleported away. Can we... Do you have anything
at
more?
that precise spot at the moment of the murder?
Indeed, I was standing just there. I could easily see the door because there were so few people in front of me.
What did you do right after the shot was fired?
I left the room as did almost everyone. I must leave now and make my excuses to Miss Lavinia for my behaviour, don't you think?
Thank you for your help.
It was not a problem.
And now I have to walk all the way back there. Very unnecessary game. Oh wait, there's a barman! A very glitched out barman.
Who's, yeah, floating at, like, waist level.
Hello, barman.
But maybe the colonel will talk now.
Maybe. Come on, I clicked you.
Maybe it's like the colonel, you have to be walked around the... because it's trying to, like, A-path... It doesn't have A-pathing, it might only have straight line pathing.
True. And now currently we're kind of standing middle of the bar thing.
I would like to ask
Yeah.
you several questions, if you don't mind.
Can't
If I
talk
can be
to
of
him
help,
from
sir?
the side, must stand right in front of him.
What were you doing when the tragedy happened?
I was serving those two gentlemen. As I was occupied, I saw nothing.
Are you one of the household staff?
No, I was sent by the Hartford agency to serve at the reception.
All right, you may take or leave.
Good evening, sir.
And you want to see if the colonel will talk to us now that the...
Barman is here, yeah.
Sir, have you been sloshed enough that you will talk to us?
Now, will you answer my questions?
I am listening to you.
Where were you precisely when the tragedy occurred?
We had been standing at the bar until the shot rang out. and I personally remained at the bar after it.
Did you happen to notice Miss Bromsby at that moment?
Impossible. My eyesight is so deucedly poor that I would not even notice if a fly fell into my whiskey.
Really?
Yes, damn shame. But I have a fine ear. I can offer much when the questions are about sounds. I can tell you that from all the applause, that old Bromsby had arrived and entered from my right. For the sound to have carried so well, the crowd must have been parted in that direction. I will add that if Lieutenant Harrington says that he saw a flea dancing with a fly in this place, you can take it on trust.
But he said that you said, Mr.
Is there anything else you recall?
Well, hold on a moment. I do have a scoop for your tabloid. I can assure you that Bromsby was killed with a right revolver of small caliber.
How long have you known Lieutenant Harrington?
We met at my officers' club several days ago. A brave boy, you can believe me. What could be better than to invite him to be my guest at this reception, where he could make many fair acquaintances?
Thank you for this information, sir.
Colonel to you.
I'm pretty sure he said that the Colonel was the one who confirmed who it was. Let's see. Are you sure it was Miss Bromsby? Yes, Colonel Patterson was next to me and can confirm what I saw. But Colonel Patterson cannot confirm what he saw. Because Colonel Patterson
Because he
wouldn't be
says
able
he's
to
got
say
bad
it.
eyesight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really need to go the long way around. I can just close down this and go back here. And now that guy is floating in space. Well, let me talk to you,
introduce
mister.
myself. I am Sherlock Holmes.
So in this room, I was
Mr.
wondering if in the
Holmes,
well,
the infamous detective.
Sorry.
We are heaven blessed
Okay.
by your presence. I am afraid I am still in shock.
I got my revenge for this in Da Vinci 2 recently. It's my turn.
That's what you saw.
I was behind Sir Bromsby when it all happened. I am sorry, but as such I could not see anything of interest. But I am convinced that Miss Lavinia had nothing to do with it.
Whom do I have the pleasure of addressing?
Oh, I forget myself. We haven't been properly introduced. I am Herman Grimble, advisor to the late Sir Melvin Bromsby and minority shareholder of Bromsby Enterprises.
So you knew Sir Bromsby well, then?
What a sad end for such a great man. We first met in India several years ago. That would have been before the birth of Miss Lavinia. We have been business associates and friends ever since that moment.
What sort of man was Sir Bromsby?
He was a man with strong character that at times seemed excessive. He was unyielding, but he was a good man.
Have you any knowledge about the succession of his business interests?
I believe that Sir Bromsby had drawn up his will with his attorney and friend Horace Fowlett. When it is read, we will know more about the specifics. But I can assure you that nothing therein would threaten Bromsby Enterprises.
Yes, that is really what we worry about.
And where is this Mr. Fowlett?
He must have been here, because he would have most certainly been invited. Although he is hardly a person of high society. Where could he be, I wonder?
We have found Sir Bromsby's speech. There's something quite puzzling about it.
Ah, you talk about the notes that I left for him. Sir Bromsby always improvised his speeches in public as well as in business. Nevertheless, it was still necessary to remind him about particular points. So I sometimes made notes for him on a sheet of paper. Hold on, he must have made that odd notation himself. It says something about a peasant and a snake. What could it mean?
Did Sir Bromsby have any enemies?
Oh, there are always those who envy a man who is successful in business. But to say that Sir Bromsby had enemies? No, I cannot think of anyone who would desire his death.
Thank you very much.
I am at your disposal.
You have been very helpful and very talkative. Okay, what did you want to do before I
So the
accidentally talked to the
cabinet
dog?
that's at the back of this room,
Okay, heading to the back of the room.
I was wondering if there's another screen there as well. No, okay. It kind of looked like maybe there was a screen around to the right there, but there
Yeah.
isn't. All good.
Okay. Let's see, can I get anything more out of the daughter?
I beg you, please leave me. I will answer only to the authorities.
Okay then. I gotta say though, that's a big cake.
It's bigger than the pig.
Yeah. Come on. Come on, Sherlock, you can walk.
I think you're getting stuck on the girl.
Let's see, if I go out this door, where will I end up? Okay, I'm back here. Very well. And if I go through this door, where do I end up?
I think that's where we came from, yeah. Oh, that other one, okay.
Who are you?
Excuse me, but would you be Mary?
What do you want, mister?
Did you hear the shot?
Of course, I heard everything. But I didn't stop my work. Imagine that someone else had been killed and not my master. Oh, he would have given me a good talking to.
What's happened here, on this carpet?
An idiot from Hertford's turned over the fowl. Sir Bromsby passed by without even taking notice. It did seem his mind was elsewhere these days. Of course, it was probably because of Miss Lavinia's homecoming.
I'm sorry, turned over the fowl? What does that even mean?
What
I'm
do you
not aware
think
of it as an
your
idiom.
employer?
He could be the very devil at times, but not the worst. If you had just known my father. Then the master was so generous with our wages.
Well, that's something.
Did you go to the well during the reception?
Yes, I went there once to empty my bucket, but that was before the dreadful shooting happened.
Only once?
I told you, only the one time. I even called out to that lout Carl not to fall asleep. Oh, he spends his time drinking in the storeroom, and I often find him asleep there. Oh, but please, sir, you won't mention any of that to Miss Lambert, will you?
And the Frenchman, how could you describe him?
He's a sly one. He's also cross-eyed. Oh, but most handsome and very talkative. Ask Miss Lambert. She's quite keen on him.
Oh, is she now?
Did you observe anyone pass this way after the shot was fired?
No one's come this way, not from the moment I returned after emptying my bucket, and the whole while I've been cleaning. I only saw Scott, who was in the ballroom. He half opened the door to tell me the news.
Thank
Very
you,
well.
Mary.
Not to worry, sir.
Can we inspect your handiwork? No. We cannot look at the stain.
Are the stairs climbable?
What's this though?
Blue tablecloths, yet they are shorter than the white ones used in the ballroom.
Okay.
And from that we deduce what?
That someone was hiding underneath the tablecloths, perhaps, because the Frenchman insisted on using the white over the blue, and they are longer. I'm assuming.
Blue tablecloths, yet they are shorter than the white ones used in the ballroom.
Let's see, where does this door go? Oh! His proportions are so off! It's like, it reminds me of a fun house where it's just the doors are completely different sizes. Okay, unpack the bag.
A pistol, a right model.
Passport of Lavinia Bromsby.
Train and ship tickets from Geneva to London.
Slender Holmes, Longmont.
Train and ship tickets from Geneva to London.
Then we have the gun. Can I look closer at the ticket? No. Even though it says read, and read usually
Train
gives
and
it
ship
like in
tickets
here.
From Geneva to London.
Oh well. Can I look closer at anything here? No. It's just a...
Is the clock inspectable?
The ticking sound cannot be investigated.
I need something.
You need your magnifying glass. You
Is
need
there
your
an
tape.
into screen?
Come on.
I need something. I need something.
Do you need your test tube? Really, that's it. You needed the test tube.
There's dust. Excellent.
Never investigate the strange ticking noise. It's just gonna turn out to be a pipe bomb. Oh, I do love that puppet show. It gets stuck in your head though. Can we open any of the drawers? No. Is there
If you
anything?
minimize the inventory here, can you move into screen? Yes.
I need something.
How can your gigantic form even fit underneath this table, Sherlock? It's a small box with white powder. And by the door
it's a
there's
snuff
also
box,
white powder.
It's a snuff box, like a smelling drug.
Oh, right, that is those... Oh, dear. He went from, Okay, now we're back here. Okay.
Are we allowed out the door that said we haven't made enough, Hold on, it's above the door frame.
Oh. He's very much being stretched, yes. Either Sherlock is getting taller or the house is shrinking.
Uh,
Oh. Well, we're easily amused. Okay, so we're here now. Let's
yeah,
see. You
but
wanted
double
to
doors
see.
at the back. We weren't
Yeah.
allowed through them before, were we?
No,
They said we hadn't made enough observations.
we weren't allowed to talk to Watson yet.
It is not the time to join, Watson. I have not examined everything.
We're still missing something.
Hmm.
But it wouldn't make any sense that it's the... Like, the tablecloths aren't long enough to hide a person.
Maybe he just doesn't like the color blue.
Highly unlikely. Because there has to be something that's related to the tablecloths and the weird arrangement of tables. Because those are two things that people have pointed out as odd. Is the fact that he insisted on
We
the
haven't
white
tried talking to
tablecloth.
these two again.
We could. We could. What was through this door? Was that just where we came from? Yeah,
The
it was.
daughter room with the old man and
Okay. Because we never found the statue. We never found the statue thingy.
the... Yeah, and the other thing is, yes, is there... Can you go up the stairs behind the maid?
Oh yeah, we can go up the stairs. I think. Let's see. Back into our weird little hallway. No, I don't want to talk to you. I just want to walk past you.
Nothing of any interest here. Nothing of any interest
Okay.
here.
We can, but not yet. Anything else we want to look at here? What are we missing? Can't believe that the manual of all things is the thing we haven't found. What was on this side again?
I suspect that when they say statue and column in the manual, they actually mean armor,
Yeah,
and that we were meant to notice the black thing behind it.
could be. What did we pick up? A
A
visitor
calling card, written in French.
in French? Oh dear, that was a very pompous visiting card.
Emeritus Knight.
Mm-hmm.
A textbook to study French.
So someone is studying French.
Well, the maid did say that she thinks Miss Lambert likes the Frenchman, and that would match with the
Very
learning
interesting.
French and the Frenchman's
Such a
calling
pleasant
card.
picture. And this lady is wearing a very nice earring.
Photo, pretty young girl. Can we look at the photo? No. Can
Can you
you...
rub a photo on
I need
passport to
something.
see if they match?
No. Can I rub passport on photo? No. So if I don't need the well, not hourglass, magnifying glass, do I need the tape measurement?
I need something.
No. Do you need your little
do you
test tube?
Look,
Yes.
what's this?
White powder. So the trail of the white powder. Is there anything else over on this side? Is there a screen? No. And now I'll never be able to go back, apparently. Ah, there we go. But he has no interest of this door that's over here.
It looks like it's a window curtain. Oh, no, the left, okay.
Yeah. Okay, let's just hover over the desk. Make sure there's nothing that I've missed. Oh! Was that just footsteps? Yeah, footsteps. No, that seems to be everything here. The lampshade? No, it was the door through the lampshade. Okay. Was that all that we needed? Was that,
Is this the last thing? Yeah.
Or will when we find the last thing, will it automatically teleport us somewhere and do a cutscene? You're looking at the door.
It is not the time to join, Watson. I have not examined everything.
Very well. Sherlock is not happy with us yet.
Handsome armor. Handsome armor.
So, what did it actually say?
You want the exact, the manual words?
Yes.
So when we entered this room that we're in, because it's the room where it said right-click on the inventory, select the measuring tape, and click on the powder spot on the door leading to the ballroom. Then it says take your magnifying glass from the inventory and look down at the statue and the column.
Yeah, it has to be the cloth.
And it doesn't say change rooms, and it also says do the mirror and black hair.
No, it has to be the black cloth then.
Handsome armor. Handsome armor.
Because all he has to say about this is handsome armor.
And then enter the ballroom again, and you will notice that the handle is twisted. And then that's the end of the manual. That's like the last page of the manual. The next page of the manual is the, like, back cover.
I'm just walking in circles. Didn't find a lot of things in this room. But I can't seem to find anything else to interact with. Is there anything further over that I never saw? Because yes, there is. Because my inventory was open. That's a very annoying thing. Okay.
Look, what's this?
Soap? Oh, That is a Oh.
What did you find?
Eyebrow pluckers?
I think this is tiny scissors.
It's a pair of moustache scissors.
Hmm. For Aurora's hair.
And there's something underneath them.
Red, greasy hair.
Red, greasy hair. So then the person who has the red, greasy hair probably also touched the handle to the kitchen. Since
And
the
presumably
handle is
has a
greasy.
moustache.
Yes. So we're looking for someone with a red moustache.
Can you make a save? Seems wise.
Save. Sure. It did save, yeah. Resume.
That is so weird not to have resume be at the top of the menu.
Yeah. That's where you automatically go to click and it's like, oh wait, that doesn't look right. Hmm.
It is not the time to join, Watson. I have not examined everything.
Okay, but can I ask you about the red hair?
Can I be useful to you?
I wanna ask you about this red hair, but I can't even see you as I'm blocking you.
Thank you for your help.
It was not a problem.
But he does have a mustache, and it's the closest I think we're gonna get to red. Like, it's not the barman. It's not the guy who sweeps. It's not the colonel. This guy certainly doesn't have a... Oh, maybe it's the doctor.
Sir?
You have a mustache.
Thanks, Doctor.
I was
Never
hoping to
mind.
get a better look at you. Can I talk to you about this red hair?
Sir?
No. And I cannot look at the body.
At his face, yeah. We're talking at his stomach.
Yes.
Thanks, Doctor.
Never mind.
Sherlock has gotten a problem with his neck. He can't raise his neck anymore. What could we have missed, though?
Try talking to everyone again. So did you heard these two? What about the...
What, more questions?
Well,
No.
thank you very much.
It is nothing, dear fellow.
Can we ask you about this picture?
I beg you, please leave me. I will answer only to the authorities.
I should reveal one of my hints.
I beg you, please leave me. I will answer only to the authorities.
I should reveal one of my hints.
Okay, so I can ask you about one of these things.
I beg you, please leave me.
I
will
assumed
answer
that was
only
the
to
game saying, like,
authorities.
where's the
Should
hint
reveal
system,
one of
please
my
use it,
hints.
person.
Miss, this
There we go.
revolver, is it yours?
Oh dear God.
Oh, is that the gun?
Why would you
I mean,
require a pistol?
here is the gun that just shot your father. Would you like to say something about it?
Dear God, what will the police make of this? I swear I did not kill my father. No.
I mean, we're not saying that. We're just saying we found this in your purse.
But why would he press you to carry a pistol?
He seemed most anxious for my safety and his own. He told me that he would explain everything to me later, after the reception.
Miss, with your consent, I can investigate this matter.
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Grimble has explained to me who you are and what you do. I would be eternally grateful if you could find out who killed my father.
That's all right.
Oh, so now you want us to take the case. 2 seconds ago it was like, I will only talk to the authorities.
I must leave you now. Be strong, miss.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes.
Does Mr. Mann have anything new to say?
You can ask. But at least now we know that it is that way it
Is there
works when
any
you present
news,
evidence
Mr.
to them.
Holmes?
He has some
According
anxiety.
to many witnesses, Sir Bromsby seemed anxious.
Well, he really was a little worried these days, but it was most certainly due to the strains associated with the reception, ensuring a good time for his guests and the happiness of his daughter. They have not seen each other in 6 years. Perhaps he could not see her in the room.
Thank you very much.
I am at your disposal.
I wonder if the guy in the kitchen has something new to say after we talk to the maid. If I can find my way back.
Yeah, rechecking everyone does seem wise.
This was not the way to the kitchen.
The kitchen is the night room and then left, isn't it?
I thought it was straight ahead, but no, it's probably left because we just came from straight ahead. Okay, let's see. Hey, mister, I have more questions for you.
Yes?
No.
I will let you get back to your work.
All right. Good night, sir.
Do we have anything we can question you with? Not really. Yeah, I should use a clue. That was very helpful. Even though, as Blower mentioned, you say the word clue, you don't necessarily think of the things you have in your inventories. I guess... Can I present her with more things now that she's helpful? Or can I present you with the red hair?
Is this your moustache?
Please, sir, leave me to my sherry. I've already told you everything I know.
Fine, I will leave you to your sherry. Okay, can you tell me anything more about the small box now?
I beg you, give me some time to recover my senses.
How about your passport? Do you want your passport back?
I beg you, give me some time to recover my senses.
Very well. Hmm. Do you remember if we asked that guy that's kind of hiding behind the pillar if it was his button?
I don't think so.
Who we can only see from a certain
We
angle.
tried rubbing it on the two soldiers who were next to the bar and no one else, as far as I remember.
Please, sir, leave me to my sherry. I've already told you everything I know.
Okay. Well, he doesn't want to look at the button. Can we now go and tell Watson how brilliant we are?
It is not the time to join, Watson. I have not examined everything.
It's not the time to join Watson.
Young man,
Thank
that's
you
not
for
it,
this
then.
information, sir.
Colonel to you.
Hmm. That's strange.
Talk to the sweeping man again?
We can try talking to the sweeping man again.
Like, I'm all for literally just talking to everyone again and seeing if anything has changed.
Okay.
Did you know the Frenchman?
Oh, he chatters on like all the French.
Yeah, there's a
Why
new
do you think
thing.
he came back?
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure, sir.
I asked myself, what was Watson doing while I was searching the house? He was supposed to prevent people from leaving.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Here now, watch your step. If you're a reporter, there'd better be a doctor nearby, because when I get done with you, you'll need one.
Look here, my good man. I am a doctor. Dr. Watson, in fact. And believe me...
Dr. Watson? Hold on. Are you the Dr. Watson who writes about all those cases solved by Sherlock Holmes? Oh, I've read all your adventures.
Well, who are you?
Who are you?
My name is Lamb, Governor. I'm Sir Bromsby's coachman. Tell me, is he really that clever, this Sherlock Holmes?
Look sharp, Lamb. Sherlock Holmes and I require your able assistance.
No doubt.
Stand firm at the private entrance and make sure no one enters or leaves until Holmes or myself returns.
My pleasure, Dr. Watson. You tell Mr. Holmes that if anybody even steps on the lawn, they'll have to deal with Lamb. And I can tell you, there are few bold enough to dare my fists.
I say.
I leave you, Lamb.
Oh no,
Right,
no,
I'll
no,
stand guard. Yes,
no.
sir?
I can talk to him and ask
This
about the
door
door.
is blocked.
That gate is the only way in or out of here, Dr. Watson. I've already secured the other door on orders of Miss Lambert to avoid them nosy reporters. If anyone tries to make a break through the garden, they won't get past me.
I leave you, Lamb.
Right, I'll stand guard.
Hmm. Can you walk further over this way? No.
I shall wait here for the constables to arrive. I shall wait here for the constables to arrive.
Really? That's...
There's nothing else?
I shall wait
Is
here
the
for
door
the constables
usable?
to arrive.
No, the other door, the one on the right.
the one I can't click? Okay, so we can interact with him.
I shall
This
wait
door
here for
that
the constables to arrive.
doesn't do anything. Is there anything on the ground? Anything on the ground that I've missed? A little shadow of something. Wait, what was that? There's something
It
over
was
here.
footsteps.
There we go. We have saved ourselves. We are free.
There's a woman hiding behind a pole. Okay.
Who are you?
Miss Lambert, I have been looking for you. What a tragedy.
Simply dreadful. Can't believe what they're saying about Miss Lavinia.
Why did you open the gate so hastily?
I was so upset. I know now it was imprudent. I should have waited until the authorities arrived, but some of those gentlemen were so loudly insistent that I yielded.
Have you informed the police?
The village constable
She
attended the
doesn't
reception.
sound very
He
upset
left
that her
on his
husband's
bicycle,
dead.
I assumed to
No.
inform the proper authorities. He told me that an inspector from Scotland Yard was already in the area on official business. I know nothing about the nature of his business, but I was told he should arrive soon.
What sort of man was your employer?
Oh,
That's because it's
he
not
was
her
a
husband.
Great man. The people of the hall considered him to be very strict, but I think it was just his way of showing a fatherly attitude. And he dreamed of this day when Miss Lavinia would return.
You have a list of guests.
Oh, of course. I have a complete guest list for the reception. It's inside the dining room. I believe the police will have need of it. Well, nevertheless, I must first caution them to pay little heed to the notations I made regarding certain names.
Well, tell me all about that.
Why were these notations made?
Their purpose was to note particular seating arrangements for the meal and the recital, according to specific concerns. Those individuals whom I considered to be very important were marked with a circle.
What about the other odd marks?
Louis-Philippe, Monsieur de la Mazardière, suggested this method of arranging the seating. He also advised me that those guests with poor eyesight and hearing should be seated so that the acoustics and lighting in their room would favour their enjoyment of the recital. So the first category was marked with a point, the second with a cross.
So a point means that there were...
Dot equals eyesight.
Mhm.
X equals ear.
What do you know about this Frenchman?
He is from a noble family, but found himself forced to seek a vocation as a head waiter. He is so inspired and keenly sensitive to the details. At first, I was afraid that Sir Bromsby would take offence with his suggestions, but he had moderated his opinions regarding French culture due to the influence of his friend Horace Fowlett.
What did he do that was so extraordinary?
His assistance was invaluable. He took such concerns with every little detail. The dishes, the tablecloths, everything. He not only declined an offer of lodging here at the hall, he also deferred his wages until the end of the reception. Oh, I would be so glad if he were here now.
Oh, he might still be.
And where has he gone?
He had pressing business in London. In fact, he found it necessary to visit his Harley Street physician. It seems his glasses were no longer helping with his eyesight.
You have been very kind, Miss Lambert.
You are most welcome. Oh, what a tragedy.
Okay, so Frenchie claims to have bad eyesight. But let's have a look at that list then. So, Montcalf is then problem with hearing. Where Miss Roundtree has a problem with sight. Colonel Patterson has problem both with sight and hearing. And L. Ingalls also have a problem with sight.
Doesn't that countermand what the colonel told us, that he has bad eyesight but good hearing?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Hello. please excuse me. I'm investigating the murder that has just happened.
Oh, yes. Well, that is good. What would you like to know?
Where were you at the moment when Sir Bromsby was killed?
I was near the stage, and I saw him falling. Oh, my goodness. It was terrifying. I ran for the door, but despite all my efforts, it was blocked.
But your costume is torn. How did this happen?
When I was trying to open the door, the crowd dragged me away. I then fell to the floor. I fortunately suffered no harm, but when I arose, my beautiful costume was ripped and stained.
I see.
Well, I won't disturb you anymore.
Yes, no, fine, thanks.
We only have white cloths, I think. I haven't seen any... No, nothing else.
Excuse me, may I speak with you?
Yeah, your servant, sir.
Are you one of the domestics employed by the hall?
No, I am the personal servant to old Satterthwaite. He is there, sitting on that bench. He seems right enough, but he refused a small drink for his health. Surely he cannot be well.
Tell me, what have you seen?
I heard the shot, then such a strange noise, and the next thing I know, all those money bags are running in a mad rush with their wives or whatever.
Thank you for your help.
My pleasure.
Let's see. You? Who are you?
And you, what are you doing here?
I'm waiting for Miss Roundtree, the niece of that banker chap. She is inconsolable, all because her admirer of a mere 3 days' acquaintance had already abandoned her. Nothing unusual about that. There is no worse-tempered female than this girl. Well, maybe other than my wife.
Aha. Are you done with your chugging noises, sir?
You heard the shot?
I just left to relieve myself there at the end of the garden, you see. Seems to me I missed a good race for the doors. Worthy of the Royal Derby.
Well, good.
Cheers.
Who are you?
Well, my good man, why are you here?
I am the manservant of Lieutenant Harrington. I accompanied him with the old general of the infantry or whatever. I seem to have drunk too much.
I have to say, these servants are very heavy on the drink while at the party working.
Did you hear the shot?
What shot? Oh, the shots. Great reception, isn't it?
I have to go. Are you all right?
Very good. Bye, madam.
Madam.
They might have been drinking a bit too much. Okay, let's see. Then there are the people over here. A woman sitting on a bench.
Do you work here, miss?
Yes, my name is Sue. I am a maid for the hall.
Where were you during the
Where
shot?
were you when these tragic events took place?
I was serving when it happened. I ran straight for the door, just like the others. I swear his daughter must have done it. She's such a strange one.
Okay.
Thank you, miss. We may talk with you again.
Oh, I hope so.
Are you a relative of the victim?
No.
In truth, I always mocked Sir Bromsby. I am upset because my friend did not arrive as promised.
As beautiful as she is cruel, apparently. I have questioned everyone here. I'll go see if Holmes has finished on his end.
I thought we were racing for the officer.
I know, Watson, but it is of no real consequence. To question all these people would be a tiresome activity and would be of no value to this inquiry. Such ordinary inquiries are best left to the police. They have their purposes.
As you like, Holmes.
Now, Watson, to put your mind at rest, I can see that you have done well in my absence by placing the formidable coachman at the gate. I also imagine you have already spoken with Miss Lambert?
Yes, and some other people too.
Hold your report until I return to Baker Street. Meanwhile, be a good man and look to the gate. I must be informed the moment any official arrives. As always, I depend on your able assistance, Watson.
Yeah, you'd hope that if we'd done all the talking we need, it would just progress to the next thing like it did for the last section.
Yeah. Why do we get to look at the coach thing? Is it just because there used to be people here and therefore it's still an active thing? Certainly don't see anything around here. Just footsteps. More footsteps. Come on. Walk. Can you talk to the man, please?
You probably have to go back to the other screen, yeah.
No. Still not allowed to talk to him. Oh, but I found something.
What's the white dot? Yeah.
I need something.
Let's see, where's a magnifying glass?
Usually things on the ground have been dirt, have been test tube.
I need something.
Oh, not this time.
And then we need something for the footprint, which I'm assuming is the tape measure.
It is a size 7.
Uh-huh. So we have our size 7 shoe again. And I think that was a cigarette that we picked up. Yeah, cigarette, but sure.
Holmes!
Good day, Lestrade. Your haste deserves comment. One could say that you were right to hurry here, as this case is one of great complexity and challenge. Do not worry. I think that you will manage to get back to your mother before the dinner hour.
In the name of devil, Holmes, you go too far. Do you spy on me now? How do you know I've been to my mother's?
Dear Lestrade, it is really quite simple. I must admit my mind has been stimulated by the main course, which would be this unique case. However, I sometimes enjoy a light snack of the details which surround it. Observe, we are in the middle of the countryside, and you have some fresh yellow pollen, but only on your right sleeve. This implies a recent gift of flowers. It is a gallant gesture, but surely a meeting with the fairer of our species would take place in London. Considering the promptness of your arrival, it must have been a bouquet of flowers you took to someone who lives in this area. I presume that you have family living nearby, and I would think only your mother would warrant such an attentive gesture. There is a fresh dab of fat at the corner of your mouth, as well as on the bit of handkerchief visible from your pocket. This is consistent with a recent meal of a big piece of steak. who would make a policeman swallow such a substantial meal at this hour, and when a crime has been just committed? It could only be a mother thinking about the hard task awaiting her child.
Well, Holmes, when you explain it like that, it really seems quite simple. Good show. What about this Bromsby murder?
A unique case, as I've already noted, but any supposition would be premature until we consider Dr. Watson's report as well as your own findings. Miss Lavinia has asked that the esteemed Dr. Watson and I give this case our full attention, though I doubt she is aware of all the implications of this case. Lestrade, you can find the victim inside, and I recommend calling upon his solicitor, Mr. Horace Fowlett. Mrs. Hudson is cooking a roast tomorrow at noon. Why don't you be our guest, and we can share our discoveries? What do you think? Watson and I must take our leave, as there's much to be done at Baker Street. Are you coming, Watson? Let us return to Baker Street.
I
could understand that you've eaten food, but how is it you've had a steak specifically?
I guess it was something about the grease or something. And I also like the fact that only a mother would feed a policeman steak at this hour.
Everything is well noted. Watson, bravo. All of these elements will be a great help to us. As for myself, I have already told you everything that I know, and I can tell you nothing more until I receive answers to the messages I've sent with Wiggins. Now I must return to my experiments to test my theory regarding the substance I found at the scene of the murder. Meanwhile, I suggest you look through the books in the bookcase. Information that you find there might prove very useful in resolving this case.
Alright, the
Oh
bookcase
no!
thing.
Have to check through.
Oh no! Is it a Nancy Drew read the books and learn things game?
Oh, I remember now the whole book thing. I had to go through all of the games. Where are our books, though? Where did they go?
Maybe they added to the diary, like the menu with all the notes.
Ah. Okay, so it's easier in this version than it's gonna be in the later games. Here he just takes it out. Thus, it is easier to derive information about the order of a revolver shot if we know that they have aimed with great care. The situation is ideal if the shooter was in an enclosed space. Under pressure, a portion of the powder normally adheres to the walls, at the level of the shooter's eyes. It is enough to add approximately 15 cm to the height of the powder marks to arrive at an approximation of the shooter's stature, accurate to within 1 or 2 centimeters. Which means it isn't a tall person at all. Not particularly, with only 15 centimeters added to 65. After authorization, this local herb is mixed with tobacco leaves in the manufacture of cigarettes, primarily by the Chiripagui Company. Chiripagui? Oh. It is unlikely that this particular blend of tobacco would be found anyplace other than Brazil, or even outside the Amazonian basin, primarily because the calming effect of this tobacco mixture is a significant cause of industrial and agricultural decline in the production of this tobacco. What? Primarily because the calming effect of this tobacco mixture is a significant cause of industrial and agricultural decline.
I think there's meant to be a comma.
Yeah. Agricultural decline in the production of this tobacco. It is common
Or maybe a semicolon.
or maybe just one less decline. It is common to encounter a Brazilian peasant who, indifferent, watches a bird steal the tobacco seeds that he has just planted in the ground. Invariably, you will also observe a small pile of flaky ash characteristic of this tobacco near his feet. We can deduce the height and mass of any individual through a simple examination of their footprints left upon the ground. This is possible even should their stride be unremarkable. The stride is often shortened when an individual is moving with great caution to avoid detection, either if prior to or immediately after they have committed a crime. This hypothesis corresponds to almost every case. There are some exceptions. Full conclusions are possible when the person who left the footprints comes from a region of the world where the morphology in regards to the feet is unusual. Consider the Chinese tradition imposed upon females born of noble families. They are compelled by such tradition to have their feet bound and squeezed from a tender age till the day of their wedding. Oh, there were multiple things there. This creates a significant disparity between the size of their feet, artificially deprived of natural growth, and the rest of their body. The probability of encountering such anomalies is remote. However, this work would not be complete if they were not included. The following table indicates the correlation between shoe size and the average stature of people. So a 7 is 164 centimeters. The same reasoning applies to stoutness. It is logical to presume that a corpulent man will leave deeper impression in the soil than a leaner man. You should adapt your interpretation of these footprints to consider the type of stride. A running man will leave his mark, as we have noted, with a deeper impression at the toes in relation to the entire footprint. In regard to a typical or reduced stride, you need to walk beside the footprints and compare the respective impressions. If yours are deeper, it means that the order of the studied impression is lighter in weight than you are, and vice versa. Due to the effect of various conditions, such as lawn, the ground may not be susceptible to this form of analysis. From our experience, when the footprints are barely detectable in grass, as when the ground is scarcely broken, the person's weight is no more than 140 pounds. Was there more on the tobacco as well? No. Was there more on the ballistics? No. It was just the footprints that were several pages. Very well.
Here is information which could be really helpful in our investigation. These Chudapaki cigarettes come from Brazil, and they seem to contain narcotic substances. What might they be?
I need to analyze the evidence found at Sherringford Hall. A piece of white cloth, a small box, various powders, and finally the hair. Let's get to work. I need to analyze the evidence found at Sherringford Hall. A piece of white cloth, a small box, various powders...
Oh, please don't say he doesn't do this every time you click something.
Oh, who knows?
To analyze the nature of these stains, I must first soak the cloth in a solution of soap and water.
Okay, is this soap? Solvent, soap, water. Come on. Put the water down and add the soap. Why won't it?
There's two hands. One looks like it's pick up water, one looks like it's drop thing in water.
But I tried both hands.
Can you go the other way? Can you use the water on the soap?
No. Maybe it's already soapy water?
To analyze the nature of these stains,
or maybe you go cloth, water, water, soap?
Solution of soap and water.
Wait, what? Go...
Maybe you go cloth in water, then soap to water plus cloth.
To analyze the nature of these stains, I must first soak the cloth in a solution of soap and water.
I'm not allowed to put it in the water.
Idiot.
Do I have to put this somewhere? Ah, okay. So it has to be in here, and maybe now I can add it? Yes.
To
And
analyze the
then...
nature of these stains, I must first soak the cloth in a solution of soap and water.
That is what I'm trying to do, Sherlock. I have a...
Heat up the soapy water? It looks like it's on a Bunsen burner.
Why would it need to be heated, though? He never said it had to be heated.
Now, I shall place this cloth in the solvent.
Because we put it over the Bunsen burner. Why would we put it over the Bunsen burner if not to use the Bunsen burner?
I still resent it.
Now, I shall place this cloth in the solvent.
In solvent?
In the soapy water, surely.
No, it's fresh water now.
Oh god.
Did it work? I mean, it's making the noise, so I'm assuming it has put the things in there. Can you... Stop.
Now, I shall place... The stains are sticky.
Boil it again?
Not very oily.
No, it wasn't need to be that this time, apparently.
Let's examine it under the microscope. A very fine white cotton.
Thank you. That was a lot of work to find out that that was white cotton. Did it disappear from my inventory now? Yes. Okay,
Let me study this more closely.
I mean, not oily is potentially a big deal because those other things were greasy.
Oh, no, I just wanted to use the magnifying glass on this thing. Huh.
Let's examine it under the microscope. Let's examine it under the microscope. Let me study this more closely.
No.
Do you look at the top of the magnifying glass? The microscope, sorry?
Let's examine it under the microscope.
No, I can't do anything with the microscope up there.
Can you put the other powder down on there at the same time?
What would be the reaction if I heated this powder? Burnt gunpowder. Let me study this more closely.
You'd think that he would want to put this on the microscope as well. Can I use
you think you'd want to look at the two
There
of
we
them
go.
and, like,
Okay, now...
see that they're different.
Now, I couldn't use the magnifying glass on the black box earlier, but in this location I can use the magnifying glass on top of the black box to get powder.
Let's examine it. These powders are similar. I can see it from the grains.
It's... That's infuriating, but okay.
What would be the reaction if I heated this powder? It has no effect.
Thank you, Voa.
Thanks for stopping by, Woomer.
So after several steps, all of the white powders are the same white powders.
Yes, and
Let's mix
heating
some
them
water with this
does
powder.
nothing. Oh, really? You want me to put it on the damn Bunsen burner
Let's
again?
mix some water with this powder, a glue or pasty substance, like starch.
Okay, and now it's gone. So that was apparently all.
Let's examine it. A light feminine perfume. Let's examine it under the microscope. A man's hair. It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson. However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings. The questions should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during
Here's the quiz the manual's warning. Okay.
Okay. So, once you answered all the questions, close the notebook. You will then be informed if your replies are correct or if there was a mistake. Okay, so we have all of our things. Let's take the quiz, I guess. Oh, there we go. Do we have any idea of the weapon used for the crime?
Yes, a gun, and the colonel, specifically the good hearing but bad eyesight colonel.
Hmm. Let's see.
Was insisting that it was a specific kind of gun.
But the question is, can we trust him if he doesn't actually have good hearing?
I mean, it depends on how much analysis. Does it just want gun, or does it want the specific kind of gun?
Also, the thing about it doesn't seem to say here. Oh yeah, there. Bromsey was killed by a right revolver of a small caliber. There we go.
Yeah.
Yes.
You.
Okay, I guess that's how you do it then. Do you want to use the doctor who said it was from a bullet, or do you want to use the full thing and trust that Colonel Patterson wouldn't fool us?
I don't understand the other thing. I understand that at the moment you've got Colonel Patterson in there. How do you select the other one? What's the other option?
The other is the doctor who's just saying, "Where's the bullet?"
Oh,
but that doesn't say anything about which. It says it's a gun. It doesn't say anything about anything else. Which I feel is a bit strange. We saw him get shot.
I mean, if we hear a shot and then there's a bullet in him, I don't think it's too much of a stretch to...
Okay. So we're gonna believe Colonel Patterson.
Probably the doctor. I'd go with the doctor as...
You wanna go with the doctor instead?
I would, if it's an option.
Yeah.
I don't know why... Okay. Well, the question is this asking for weapon gun or specific kind of weapon?
Yeah,
if it's just asking for weapon gun, then the doctor serves.
Mm-hmm. But if you're asking for specific, then the doctor doesn't.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming that they want
There's no punishment for getting this wrong other than entering and exiting, so...
Okay. Should we just gamble on being overcorrect with the Colonel then? Like, better to
But
give
that
too
he
much...
has bad hearing, yeah. I'd rather give too much info and be wrong because we've...
Yeah. Could the murderer escape through the stairs going to the second floor?
Wait, did you actually click yes on the previous thing, or does it...
Yes. And then you get to fill it in.
Oh, okay. I assumed you, I've misunderstood how that works. Yep.
Okay.
Keep going.
Could the murderer escape through the stairs going to the second floor? No. No, he couldn't, because, the woman that was cleaning... Whoop.
Well, there's contrary evidence there as well.
Is there?
The chef man said he heard the door open twice.
Yeah.
And Mary said she only heard it open once.
She only went in there once. The rest of the time she'd been scrubbing the carpet, she says.
Yeah, so someone else could have gone out that way. If the chef man is right.
Yes.
If Mary is right, then there's no one.
Yeah. That's true.
So could it have happened? I'm going to say yes. I think...
You want to say yes?
I want to say yes.
Okay.
But do you, It's not did, it's could. There's nothing...
This would not hold up in court, Your Honor.
If we've got two people saying alternate things, I don't think it's safe to say either one is definitely true.
I lean more to that
So
she
saying
is correct
could be true
because
is...
of the stain and that she's been scrubbing it. and the fact that Sherlock has absolutely no interest in looking at that
We'll go with
stain.
yours.
That's why I'm leaning toward that she's saying the truth. The ashes found in the smoking room are from English cigarettes.
No.
No. And then I'm assuming we put in... No, we do not get to just choose the...
Presumably we put in the book evidence.
Study of
Study
tobacco.
of tobacco.
And then what? Oh, one of them is red. Oh, it even tells us from which part of the notebook.
Category. Yep.
That's neat of it.
The last one there, the white flakes, white flaky ashes.
Yeah, but that's the garden outside. Wet ashy footprints from size 7 shoes. That's what we wanted. Because they ask about the smoking room. If the ashes found in the smoking room are from English cigarettes.
Okay.
And if I go back to notes, I believe it said... Steel tobacco seed is just planted in front. In red, we will observe a small pile of flaky ash characteristic of this tobacco near his feet. And I thought we found that in... Yeah, wet ashy footprint.
The second flaky one was, yes, outside.
Uh-huh. I think that's good. What's the
The one that matches with the shoe prints was in the hallway next to where the gun was shot.
Was the side door going to kitchen open after the shot? Yes, that is correct. Because he said he heard it open. Was that Carl? Is his name Carl? Yeah, second time didn't see, I only heard the lid close.
Oh, the chef is called Carl? Okay. Some of these people I only have as, like, second man outside, top hat, green coat.
You mean, Ogohan?
Yes, Ogohan.
Did Miss Lambert choose tablecloths and arrange tables? Oh, who were the ones who said that it was the Frenchie? Actually it was here. It was Carl again. Carl is saying a lot of things. Who else? Who else said about the thing? Don't suppose you remember.
No, I don't have that. I was just searching for tablecloth and blue.
Not the major. Was it the lieutenant? Oh, come on. No. Simon, no. Could it have been Herman? Oh. Sneezes. Speech, pose, anxiety. He doesn't say anything about it. He doesn't care.
Ms. Lambert spoke about the Frenchman.
Did she? Oh.
Two down from that current one? Yeah.
There we go. Do you have a list of guests? Arranging the seating, yeah. That fulfills it, right? Arrange tables, surely? Do we have an idea of the murderer's height?
Book plus gunshot height.
Oh, right, I'm choosing the wrong one. Ballistic science. And where was that? There. Powdery residue. Yes. Among the interrogated people, did any others than Colonel Patterson have bad eyesight?
I didn't copy down the list, but we can just go look at the list.
Okay, so if you get a screenshot of that list.
Sure.
Then we can see if any of these people are on
dot
it.
equals eyesight. And there's Miss Roundtree, Colonel Patterson, and Miss L. Ingalls.
Well, Miss Roundtree is on there. But who else did you say?
Colonel Patterson and Miss L. Ingalls.
We'd never interrogated anyone by that name. And I'm guessing then guest list is what the proof wants.
Yeah, I would have thought the list itself is because it's the light blue edging.
Yes, but we also needed to put in a person. Among the interrogated people, did any others than Colonel Patterson have bad eyesight? And you need a person saying something and the guest list. So I guess her saying that isn't it. It needs to be the annotation, doesn't it? Because otherwise it wouldn't make any sense. Whoop, there. I'm thinking about that right?
I think so.
Okay, and that's everything. So I guess we hand it in and we figure out if we're right or wrong.
Now, does it give us a breakdown of per question, or is it just like, you've got the whole quiz one thing wrong and do it all again?
Close the notebook. Okay. So we close the notebook.
We must have made an error, Watson. Let's check our answers. The questions should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Oh, God.
It could be anything.
There's so many options. The combinatorics on this is huge.
Well, if you want, we can try swapping this one and see if it is.
The chef one?
Yeah, the one where we were considering if it could be or could not be.
We must have made an error, Watson. Let's check our answers.
That was not the one thing that was
yes or no, and
wrong.
justified by the evidence or testimony.
So we can go back to yours. What else can we test? What about the gun thing?
The gun thing could again be the thing, yeah. Well, no. Then if we go with... Wait, why am I suddenly here? Do we have an idea? Yes, but just the doctor? Or do you want to just go no?
I'm saying that the weapon is gone. So we do have an idea, and the evidence is the doctor.
Okay. We can try.
We must have made an error, Watson. Let's
Still
check our
no?
answers.
No.
The question should be answered yes or no.
Okay, we can try
justified
doctor
by
and no,
evidence or testimony
and then-
received during the investigation.
No, but the thing is, if we write no, we haven't really no... We have nothing to say that it is no.
Really? It's still there?
Yes, but it doesn't confirm, like, no, we don't know the weapon.
We don't know the weapon for sure until the doctor gets to take the bullet out of the body.
Okay.
And he's not allowed to do that till the police come or whatever. That's what he said.
We must have made an error, Watson. Let's check our answers.
No,
The question should
okay.
be answered yes or no.
Well, let's
and
stick with the...
justified by the
Let's
evidence
stick
or
with the
testimony
Colonel's
received
yes.
during the investigation.
Okay, we go with yes, and where's the second Colonel? There we go.
Okay, so yes, Colonel. Then we have... No, because of the girl, because of Mary.
Yes.
And then we have no because of tobacco book and Can we try my one there instead of that one? Can we try the ash from outside the door instead of the ash from inside the...
Sure. Let's see, where was that though? Red hair, rice powder, border of the stairs. There we go. Whoop. So you want to do that instead?
Yes.
We must have made an error, Watson. Let's check our answers. The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
I'm willing to let that one stand though, because I think, like, it makes sense. Even though that's not where we found it.
Flaky ashes. The red one and the blue one both have the keyword flaky ashes.
Yeah. Which makes sense.
Okay, what's our next one?
Is side door.
And you say yes because the cook. Can we read that section of...
Maybe I'm thinking about the wrong side door. Maybe I'm thinking about the hutch and they think about a different side door. Because I'm just thinking about the dustbin and someone was in there. But did anyone else mention that door?
The man who we talked to upon first becoming Watson. Ooh, also this person, maybe? I was trying to open the door,
That was the first person he talked to. Oh, you meant Lamb!
Okay.
It's the only way out of here. Secure the other door. I mean, either that or this.
Yeah, go with your one first.
Okay, we can try this guy. Whoop.
We must have made an error, Watson. Let's check our answers. The questions should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence and testimony received
no.
during the investigation.
He says it wasn't open, so I need to change the no as well.
Oh, you didn't have it the right. Okay.
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions.
Yes.
Yes!
So implicit. Got it on first try.
First try, yeah, right.
We'll fix it in editing.
My dear Lestrade, I congratulate you on the precise quality of your notes. It is true that you have missed everything of importance, but you have spared me the trouble of eliminating the trifles and pointed me in the right direction. Ah, I hear familiar steps on the stairs. Please be seated, Watson. You must be famished. Lestrade was kind enough to bring a copy of his notes, hoping it would be of assistance in this affair.
Indeed.
You can study them now and enjoy your meal. Please take your time, Watson, because bad digestion weakens our ability to reason.
Holmes, you will get no argument from me, as this dish is delicious.
We will go to Sherringford Hall with Lestrade when you're finished with your meal.
I must read the documents Holmes gave me.
He's very into the table.
Wow.
Can you please walk over? I want to see the dish because that did not look like a roast dinner to me, and that's what we invited him over for.
I thought it was fried fish.
It looked like fish. But he was invited over on a roast dinner. And how am I supposed to look at the documents when they were there on the table?
Maybe they're in our diary now.
Let's see. No, Watson actually doesn't... There we go. There we go. Watson has access to diary. The crime. Report on the investigation. The case of Sherringford Hall. Inspector in charge, Lestrade. 14th of October, 1897. Before 11 o'clock in the evening, Sir Melwyn Bromsby, engineer, architect, and contractor of renown, was slain by a single gunshot in his mansion, Sherringford Hall. The crime, the order of which is still undetermined, took place in the ballroom during the reception arranged by the victim in honor of his daughter's return to England. She has spent the last several years at finishing school on the continent. Despite the presence of 100 witnesses, no precise testimony was obtained regarding the exact circumstances of this horrific act. Nevertheless, based upon certain evidence, there is a presumption of suspicion towards the daughter of the victim, Miss Lavinia Bromsby. Report by Inspector Lestrade, 14th of October, 1897. Instrument of crime. The bullet extracted from the corpse of the victim corresponds to the caliber of the revolver found in Miss Lavinia Bromsby's purse. This purse, found on the floor, was near the door from which Miss Lavinia Bromsby first appeared after the mortal shot was fired. All of the witnesses agree that the sound of the shot originated at or near this very same doorway. The revolver is one small bore right, which is also a highly reliable weapon. The motive. Report by Inspector Lestrade, 14th of October, 1897. The motive. The victim, even if he had few or even no friends, still might not have enemies capable of committing this act. His strong unpopularity among his domestics was compensated by the attractive wages he paid them. His business partners spoke of him as tough but fair player, according to the criterions of this environment. The fact that he spent long years in India and was solely devoted to his business precludes any crime of jealousy of passion. Finally, the modus operandi doesn't correspond to the typical revenge killing by this or that Hindu sect through how these things do happen. Oh wow. Well, I'm glad we're not delving into a mystery about the Hindu sect, so thanks, Lestrade. The motive then must apply to his holding, or something quite personal. Another line of reasoning that points to Miss Lavinia Bromsby. Sorry. According to H. Grimble, the partner of Sir Bromsby, her relationship with her father has become so strained that Sir Bromsby visited his daughter only once during these past 6 years. A local constable must contact Mr. H. Fowlett, the attorney of Sir Bromsby, in order to recover the essential parts of his last will and testament, if it exists. The development of the crime. Report by the Inspector Lestrade, 14th of October 1897. The development. With regard to the distance and the angle of shooting, it would be reasonable to suppose that only an expert marksman could have succeeded in making such a shot, but the factor of probability still exists and admits other possibilities. Testimony of the group of cabmen who were in the ideal place to have observed such matters, so no one leave through the service door after the shooting, and up until the time when one of the domestic locked from the outside. All the windows are equipped with thick bars, and the fortuitous presence of the maid at the stairwell indicates that no one ascended to that floor. The testimony of Miss Lambert, the governess, indicates that she noticed only 2 people absent from the ballroom during Sir Bromsley's arrival. Mr. Horace Fowlett, the victim's attorney, and Miss Lavinia Bromsby. The domestic had been specifically instructed that all the guests were to be present during Sir Bromsby's entry. I have been persuaded by all accounts that anyone who had left the ballroom had returned before Sir Bromsby's entrance. Since Horace Fowlett hasn't gone through the gates of the mansion of Sherringford Hall, the only person whose movements were unaccounted for at the moment of the shooting is Miss Lavinia Bromsby. The chivalrous testimony of a young infantry officer, who has confirmed that he saw her standing at the threshold of the door, can be the only reason for not charging her with murder. Charming, huh? As Miss Bromsby was in a state of deep shock last evening, according to the local doctor who examined her, her interview was delayed until today. Scotland Yard report. Police report. General information about a man called Sir Melvin Bromsby. No official involvement as a defendant in any criminal or civil matters. No appearance as a witness in a criminal or civil law case. Compliant as to a robbery committed at a fair stand in St. Bartholomew on July 1861. Judgment of the count was favorable for the crown. Judgment of the court was favorable for the crown. So, besides having witnessed against someone in 1861, he hasn't really done much. Melvin Bromsby. Dear Sherlock, here is all the information that we know about the late Sir Melvin Bromsby. Born in 1842 in Staffordshire of a modest family, he finished his studies of architecture and civil engineering owing to the scholarship and financial assistance of his elder sister, who owned a florist shop. After he was awarded his diploma, he was employed by a small firm, which he later left for a large enterprise, the Sullinger Company. In 1872, he was sent to India to assist in the construction of a bridge for the army. At the end of this project in 1874, he left his position with Sullinger and found his own enterprise in Bombay. At that same time, he courted Carlotta Campbell, the second daughter of Colonel Campbell, OBE, commander-in-chief of an important local garrison. The military appreciated Bromsby's straightforwardness and business acumen. Thus, the army entrusted him with many contracts for constructing barracks and other types of work. In 1877, he was married to Carlotta. His business flourished and he hired a young accountant, Mr. Gimble, who later became Bromsby's personal assistant. An ideal candidate for the position, Grimble excelled at his various administrative tasks. Sir Bromsby's business has continued to prosper over the years. In 1879, Carlotta Bromsby, née Campbell, died giving birth to their daughter Lavinia. Bromsby's business enjoys great success. However, the fact that he has been awarded nearly all of the Army's civilian contracts has aroused the jealousy and suspicion of other British businessmen in India. It has been rumored that he gained his fortune through the exploration of his Indian laborers and British workmen, poor working conditions and miserable wages.
That seems unlikely, given that he pays his people here very well.
Could also be good old British racism.
Maybe. It does say British workmen.
True, it is also British workmen. As far as paying the Indian laborers less, was mostly what I picked up on, but the British workman is a different case in that, if we would make that point. In 1884, upon learning of the death of his elder sister, he decided to return home and prepare the transfer of his business interests to England. He also invested his money in several cement factories, which permitted him to reduce his cost further and thus increase his profits. In 1891, he sent his daughter to study at finishing school near St. Moritz in Switzerland. She has just returned to England several days ago. He was awarded a knighthood in 1892. There are several cases where his name has been mentioned because of suggested fraud with his contracts and ill uses of convicted labourers at his factories. Such practices are common in London's business circle, and his wealth allowed him to avoid scrutiny by the courts. Thus, when his behavior is weighed within the current climate of commercial morality, he is neither angel nor demon. Assuming his business assets are included, his current fortune would be measured in the tens of thousands of pounds. That would make him one of the wealthiest contractors in Britain. I wish you good luck in this case. Mycroft.
What?
All
Sure.
this is very interesting. According to the evidence, it seems that the shooter was not in the ballroom or the corridor. Where was he then?
Are you finished, Watson? Shall we go? Let us return to Sherringford Hall.
Cabby?
But we have the powder marks. How can the gun be anywhere other than where the powder marks are? Yeah. Oh.
With all the floating people, how can we be aware of anyone's height? Is my question.
Sirs, please, go right in. Please wait here, gentlemen. I will see if Miss Lavinia is receiving callers. She's in her room.
Save?
Well,
save.
Grimble,
We don't want to have to do the quiz again. Please, please.
Oh no! Now I skipped dialogue.
Well, Mr. Grimble, I didn't expect to see you here.
Well, looks like we can ask for it again.
I am worried about Miss Lavinia, needless to say. I also thought I might learn something of interest about the investigation. This difficulty, if it persists, can do great harm to the business.
Sir Bromsby and Miss Lavinia had rather strained relations, it seems.
Well, Sir Bromsby and Miss Lavinia have never got on very well. Of late, their distance had grown due to the influence of several incidents.
What incidents?
What sort of incidents, precisely?
I do remember one instance in India, where Sir Bromsby attacked a friend of Miss Lavinia. He was our native cartman's son. It seems he spilled a jug full of water that was intended for Sir Bromsby to wash his face. Bromsby began cursing and thrashing the boy before his daughter's very eyes. Miss Lavinia took her friend's part and spoke to her father most rudely.
The devil, you say? What occurred next?
There is no one in the whole of India who would have dared address Sir Bromsby in such a manner. He stayed closeted in his office for the entire day. The next day, he fired the carter. But despite these incidents, I am still sure that Miss Lavinia sincerely loved her father.
I'm sorry, but I have to go.
All right, as you wish. I shall remain here.
Okay, and now we can save.
Well, Lizard, it goes reasonably okay, although the quizzes at the end of each chapter are a bit rough.
True. It would have been nice to have some inkling to which ones are correct and which ones are wrong. So that you don't start...
I had assumed when they first introduced it that it would give us yes or no on a question-by-question basis. One thing is, it might be worth trying answering one and exiting the book and see if it gives us the, it's wrong dialogue, rather than it's incomplete dialogue.
I guess that's a fair point. We can try that next time.
You didn't want to, if I remember correctly, you didn't want to, leave until we'd answered them all.
Closed.
No.
Ooh, he's flying.
It's fine. It's fine. He's tall, regardless. Now...
Closed.
Now the door is at his waist, pretty much.
I have to leave you, sirs. I need to verify certain things.
I just fly away!
The more we consider the facts of this affair, the more mysterious it becomes.
The important thing is to be precise and rigorous in your analysis. But at Scotland Yard, we know this well. Reminds me a bit of bad business I resolved. I believe it involved a theft of sticks from a polo team.
I have myself engaged in this sport but a few years ago.
Really?
Do you enjoy the sport of polo, Mr. Grimble?
No.
You cannot imagine the benefits of this sport. To achieve perfect form and union, man with horse.
A little like the waltz, eh?
Exactly. Except that with this sport, mounting is at full speed, which complicates things singularly.
I don't follow you.
The team from Brixton, in my opinion, is the finest example of how polo should be played.
Perhaps they may well be. But what would you say about that last match of the Old Goats Rangers?
They were absolutely splendid. But what of the Brixton team?
Weren't they the cause of some ruckus about a matter of corruption?
No, polo is not the equivalent to waltz. It's two very different skill sets. Oh well. You start walking through this tiny door, Sherlock.
Can we go up the stairs now?
No, I need more information.
You heard the man. Need more information. You are not allowed stairs yet.
Closed.
We have to earn our stairs. Fair enough.
Let's see. This door. Anything new here?
A handbag of Lavinia Bromsby. I do not favour ransacking a lady's personal property, but I think she will be understanding.
Unpack the bag.
A programme for the London Opera.
Okay, so let's see. We now have more letters. Dear Miss Lavinia, excuse my boldness and do believe in my most sincere condolences as honorable affection in this terrible time. I cannot excuse myself if I allowed you to face all of this on your own. I order my valet to move my possessions to the Queen's Arms, which is the nearest inn to Sherringford Hall. I would be greatly honored if you would allow me to make myself useful to you. At my new lodgings, I am but a few minutes away should you require my assistance. I took care to forget my gloves at your mansion so that my visit to call on you would not invite any undue speculations or gossip. Sincerely and eternally yours, Lieutenant something Harrington. It was Lewis Harrington, wasn't it? Oh, it's just Lieutenant Harrington. Doesn't say.
I have a Lieutenant Harrington.
Yeah. That's the one.
Okay.
But where's the thing for the opera? That just vanished. I don't like that something we picked up just vanished. But I guess I deemed that it wasn't relevant. Okay, so now to angle it.
I'm a bit puzzled for, like... In the opening section, it was clear what we're doing. We're here, we've observed the murder, we need to go collect evidence. Why are we back here?
Because the police needed the testimony of Lavinia. And we're here to listen in. Because she also told us that she needed to calm her nerves and things before speaking to us.
Okay, and we're just like Nancy Drewing whilst we search for her?
Yes.
To whom does this belong?
I mean, we know who to that belong. We know very well who to that belong.
Lord.
There is, however, a pipe missing. The very dramatic violin music is throwing me off. I suddenly feel like a real need to go and play polo. Apparently that's the same as waltzing now. Grumble, grumble. How about this door? How are you doing, Chef?
May I come in?
Well, oh, take that!
Pardon me. It is already quite dead, you know.
Oh, you frighten me! I have a case of the nerves, you understand? I cannot find my bottles.
See?
On the table.
No, not those! That is a poor vintage. The 2 bottles that the old crab, God rest his soul, ordered up from London for the party. Both were 18-year-old whiskey, perfect for the digestion and the heart's sorrows.
I see.
And who could have taken them?
I'm sure that the
It wouldn't be because he wants to steal these bottles for himself.
Particular bottles over the others.
No.
Very good. I will
Mr.
leave you
often
to your
goes and
chicken
drinks
then.
in the
That's
cellar
it.
thing instead of working.
Uh-huh. Guessing we still can't interact with that? No. Can I go around you? No. Doesn't seem like it. Oh, there's a step. But it doesn't give me a new screen. There we go. But the cart is blocking me. I just want to see if I could go to the little hatch door and head into the basement, but no can do. So let's see. Oh no, that's outside. I do not want to go there. I just feel like we missed a room. We didn't.
So, the room that the daughter was in from the start, from from here.
Ah, that's the one we missed. But that was locked.
Yeah, that one and the right-hand door both go to the same place, don't they? No, the right one.
Yeah, but both of those are locked. So I'm trying to remember if we could get there from this door.
Closed.
No, closed. So we cannot enter that room. But I guess since she's appeared, we have moved on to the next stage, so to say.
Yeah, it feels like we're meant to talk to these people now.
Hover over, Holmes. Hover over.
I feel quite ready to answer your questions now, Mr. Holmes. Yesterday I was not in my right senses. I do want to encourage you, on the sound advice of Mr. Grimble. He explained to me that everything my father built during his entire life may collapse unless this gossip ceases and this matter is resolved. Do you agree, Mr. Holmes?
Whatever the truth is, I will reveal it. First of all, it is necessary for me to know your acts and your movements during this unfortunate event.
First I attended my appearance in the powder room. Then, as my father requested, I was standing quietly just inside the ballroom. I powdered my face one last time, while everyone, including myself, was watching my father. Suddenly, I heard this noise from behind me, and then I saw my father stagger and fall. Oh, my dear Lord. So I ran to his side and found that he was dead.
What was your relationship with your father?
We barely saw or even wrote to one another for 6 years. But the father that met me upon my return was not the man I remembered. Something in his eyes had changed. There was a wariness there and perhaps even some unexplained anxiety.
And what about Lieutenant Harrington?
Forgive me, but it seems Lieutenant Harrington has made himself responsible for your care.
Oh, he has proved himself to be most gallant and considerate. I have no friends here, other than Mr. Grimble. Mr. Harrington neither requested nor expected any recognition for his kind interventions and was most attentive yesterday evening.
Thank you for answering my questions, miss.
Oh, it is me who should be thanking you.
As I mentioned to you before, if this investigation is to proceed properly, it'll be necessary to examine your father's personal documents. May we see his office? I suppose Sir Bromsby kept his papers in this drawer.
Watch out!
Good God!
It must be one of Fowlett's inventions. Sir Bromsby mentioned he had asked his lawyer to devise security measures to protect his private documentation. I remember now that Fowlett has a unique passion for mechanizations and automatons. I had no idea what kind of devices he had created.
Inspector Lestrade, I give you leave to tend to your appearance. I doubt you can return to the yard in such disrepair. I will now examine this room according to my methods.
Okay, let's have a look-see. Did that go into our notebook? Yes, it did.
Sound.
Did you say something?
It made a sound.
Oh. My dear friend, I would not miss this reception at any cost. I cannot help but envision the sight of Miss Lavinia's eyes when you make your announcement. Fear not, I have not received any bad news from my friend, the custom official. I will see you then, on the day after tomorrow. Your friend, Horace Fowlett. P.S. This book will certainly help you to understand my preferences in art that you found so debatable during our last visit. One more challenge. And then a symbol.
A page from
I
the
think that's
book
just
has
part
been
of the,
marked.
like,
Let's examine it.
waterwork of the paper.
Could be.
Because the edging is all that blue.
True. Medieval French art. The first example of this art from now on, named crude colored woodcuts, date back to the first decade of the Middle Ages. At that time, there was neither any artistic nor other rationale for hiding one picture inside another. The motivation was sometimes subversive, because certain subjects were forbidden to be artistically represented. Today, this technique is still rarely used, and the great majority of crude-colored woodcuts conceal only animals or joyful personages in Baroque landscape. Okay.
The young Lavinia.
It
with
was
her
interesting to
grandfather,
note there that they spelled colour not the British way. It
Hmm.
broke my immersion momentarily.
Oh no! Someone has been torn out of this photo, though. But it doesn't seem like we can do anything with it. Okay, so this is to show that she can indeed shoot. She has been trained. And there's a third person with a Masonic ring that's been torn from a painting. Well, not a painting, photograph. And I'm assuming we're gonna have to put those photos together at one point? Piece of book.
It is the pieces of the English edition of the Indian newspaper.
Remember, I still have the original of the puzzle converting the code in my 55 is the number to be found by adding.
Oof.
Okay, so they're not even related. Still have the original of the puzzle and the code in my something something. I think that's all. I think I've hovered over everything. At the desk.
Those do not look like comfortable chairs.
They're quite comfy. I mean, they certainly won't allow you to, fall asleep while working in them.
A remarkable portrait of the late Sir Bromsby. Ideal spot for a hiding place.
And it's
Obviously
hung so low on the...
impossible.
Ah, whoa.
Is it, or is just Sherlock tall?
Let us see whether we can find other
No,
evidence.
because the bottom of the painting touches the skirting board.
So he still wants more evidence. But I don't think I have anything else I can... But one little piece of something in there is not...
Have the things we picked up been added to our diary?
The burnt bits, yes.
Yeah.
Like, this is still interactable, which is a bit strange to me. But at the same time, he doesn't go around saying, like, I need something.
A Masonic symbol, no doubt.
Was that it? That I needed to click that?
Could be.
No, it's still... Still able to interact with it. I am, however, gonna have to turn that music a little bit down. Come on. There we go. It was a little bit loud compared to the voices.
Any of the other photos in the background here?
We can check.
This bridge is quite impressive. It must have been a considerable undertaking.
Well, that was all you got from that. The bridge was a considerable undertaking.
It's something else?
Look here. This message
It
just
was what
came
we
from
needed.
him. 2 days ago, Mr.
Oh.
Horace Fowlett was seen leaving for the North Country. The constable for the town of Flatton, where the solicitor resides, obtained this information from Fowlett's neighbours.
I have a bad feeling about this, Watson. What would you say to a short jaunt to Flatton to finish off our day?
No objection at all, Holmes.
And it's in the book now. Let them.
It's a weird suspension bridge, sure.
Cabby? Hello, gentlemen. Constable Fletcher here.
Good day, Constable.
You require your
A
help.
train!
Yes, because we're looking for a murderer.
Can you help us?
Yes, Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard wired me about your arrival and instructed me to do as I would with the inspector himself.
Would you be so good to take us to the neighbours who spoke of that night?
Come with me. Here we are.
Excellent.
They spelt neighbours there with a U, though.
I do have to point out that as soon as we went out and started talking to these people, it started raining and becoming horrible weather.
I mean, it is England.
Yes, but as long as we were, we're hanging around the aristocracy, sunshine and happy violin music. Here it's like, no, depressing farmer.
Graham, this is a detective from London. He would like to hear what Mr. Fowlett told you that night.
So Mr. Fowlett left?
Yes, he made his departure the day before yesterday, in the night. Not that this is the first time he's behaved in such a way. Anyway, he's not like others, and it didn't seem odd to see him leave at that hour, despite the heavy downpour.
Okay.
And how is he, this Fowlett?
I'd call him an eccentric, you see. Not that I have anything bad to say about the man. His place is full of baubles with springs and mechanisms. There have been explosions. Yes, upon my word, explosions. But the next morning, there he'd be, always ready to wish me a good day.
Did you actually see him depart?
Well, a shutter on the barn had come loose and was beating about in the wind. I went out to set it straight in that moonless night. Then there he was. I saw him leaving. I shouted out, "Hey there, Mr. Fowlett." He waved and shouted something about leaving for the north for a fortnight.
That's not the same as saying that you saw him, though.
Yeah, my mind immediately said, like, he could have been murdered and someone's trying to, like, give him a week-long alibi to do other things.
Uh-huh.
Do you know where he went?
I couldn't quite make him out with all the wind and rain, but it seemed to me he left on some business matter. I think a fellow came to talk to him about something.
Interesting.
Well, it may be nothing, but if you think that the things he has in there might explode, you should better go and check.
Do you know a way into Fowlett's house?
Here's the key to the door that he left with my wife. If you don't mind, I won't accompany you. I prefer to remain alive and in good health a good bit longer.
You say he had a visitor?
Oh, I don't know. It seems to me I saw someone at his place at nightfall. but people often visited Old Fowlet at odd times. Fellows who brought him pieces of I don't know what for his contraptions. There was also a friend who often came by. I think his name was Sir Glumsby or Flomsby, but it couldn't have been him because he's much taller than the chap I saw.
So you think you might have seen a chap that's about 175, perhaps?
Good. I will go see what I can find. Wait for me here.
As you wish.
Onward, Sherlock.
Close.
But we can use the key, can't we?
I can't enter like that.
You can't enter the door with the key.
I can't enter like that.
It's an interesting choice.
It's a very specific thing to say.
Close.
Is it because I'm holding it wrong?
I can't enter like
Perhaps
that.
Stand so that you can see more of the door.
Step to the side, Sherlock.
Maybe it's just unlocked once you've
can't
clicked on
enter
it
like
once.
Huh. I'm confused.
No.
Like, it seems very strange that locked door, we get key, but solution is not use key on door. Then why would we be given key?
It's very odd.
Like, if you want us to be clever and find a different way in, then just don't give us the key.
Close. Can you look at the key with the magnifying glass first?
No. No, I cannot.
Can you look at the keyhole?
Close. Close.
Seemingly not. Seemingly not. Can I go round the back? Unless I completely misunderstood and this isn't his house at all. And his house is way down the other street. I can do something about this apparently.
Like a footstep?
I need something.
Or maybe a bottle?
Tape measure, perhaps?
Footsteps. Size 10.
Okay. So someone snuck in here who's a size 10. That doesn't really help me solve the puzzle of how to use key on door.
Wait, go back to behind house. If you minimize the inventory, can you move where the inventory blocks?
Let's see. You mean over the wall?
I mean, like bottom left.
No. That's just
No,
bushes. Sherlock does not trumps through bushes. That's what Watson's for. Hmm. I mean, such an obvious thing. Use key on door.
I can't enter like that.
Why can't you enter like that? That is precisely how you enter. Watson.
Are there teeny tiny? It's like, is there a teeny tiny zone for a keyhole and a big zone for the door?
No, I've checked both of those. Can you tell me something about this key that I don't get to work?
Yes, Mr. Holmes?
Constable Fletcher, I must ask that you allow me to enter alone. Do you agree?
Yes, Mr. Holmes.
But I can't enter!
And now, Watson, if you could be so kind to return to the station and speak with the station master. Question him until you are satisfied that you have a detailed description of the party who took the last train to the north 2 days ago.
My pleasure.
As soon as you're done, please return here. Keep close watch, for I may need your assistance inside. Wait for us.
We had to send Watson away first.
That makes no sense, though. It makes no sense that we have to send them away before we...
Can open the door with the key for the door?
If so, I would like a different voice on, like, no, not yet, or I should wait with entering, or something like that. Not with, I can't enter like this.
I must speak to Watson first.
My word, I can't see anything.
I resent that voice line. I resent that voice line very much.
Ah, Fowlet liked his jests.
Dragon? It is a dragon.
Shoes. Really, we're not gonna look at the shoes and figure out if he's a size 7 or a size 10? Seem like something we should be doing?
I need something. I need to be cautious. These items may contain traps, such as those found in Bromsby's office.
Okay, now I can look at the shoes.
Size 6.
Okay. Size 6 doesn't help us any. I'm sorry, but is that teacup massively oversized? Like, compared to everything else in that room, that teacup looks huge!
These books warrant a closer look.
With our magnifying glass? No. You probably just meant closer look at you picked them up. Poetry. Translate from French, Jean de La Fontaine Fables, The Village and the Serpent.
So that was the thing that we were told not to forget in the note, in the speech note.
Aesop tells of a peasant charitable, but not too wise. One winter's day was traveling around the land he lended. He saw a serpent stretched out in the snow, cold and frozen, paralyzed, having little time to live. The villager took him home, and without considering the cost of such an action, laid him out before the fire, warmed him and revived him. The frozen serpent began to sense the warmth, which revived his soul as well as his evil nature. He lifted his head a bit and whistled, coiled his body, and then struck against his benefactor, his savior and his father. Ingrate, said the peasant, is thus you repay me? That's not well. You will die. And with these words, in righteous rage, he took a knife and sliced the beast, making 3 serpents with 2 cuts, a trunk, a head, and a tail. The evil one tried to rejoin himself, but it was to no avail. Charity is a virtue, but be careful toward whom. There's no point showing it to ingrates who seal their own doom.
A pheasant and a serpent. The very symbols found on Sir
So this
Bromsby's
is maybe
speech.
indicating that why he's wary of his daughter?
I don't know. Either that or it's someone else. Hmm. What's this thing? Can I look at it? No. Come on. Walk over. There we go. That took way too much clicking. Can you take the fruit?
To pick up the thing that's on the ground at your feet?
So, there's 2 glasses
Blood.
and one of them is shattered with blood on it.
Gin. Blood.
Blood and gin.
Blood. Gin.
Blood. Gin!
He just sounded so shocked at both of those
I need
revelations.
something.
Like, I can understand the shocked expression to blood, but he seemed really shocked that it was gin.
White flaky ash.
So, cigarettes, I'm presuming.
You want that piggy cutting board?
I'm sure you can find yourself a piggy cutting board, Nema Blob. Sounds like something that shouldn't be too hard. Find.
I can see a faint gleam.
How about I light this lantern?
Ah, now I see better. The blood was
Chest with a
cleansed with this
cover?
mop.
I thought I was touching that, but he just looks at the mop.
The blood was cleansed with this mop.
But that's a broom.
Don't contradict Sherlock, Blubber. Not when he's touching the ceiling at this point.
Ooh, do we have a puzzle?
It would appear so. Yeah, I gotta place these in.
Surely we get a hint from somewhere around here about what we're actually supposed to do. So probably keep looking around for some notes or something before we...
But it makes sense though. This has to be a 1 because it's every other and it's like a Sudoku row.
You think it's Sudoku?
Yeah. I think so because there's no similar ones going up and down. Oh no, there is up, but not this way. I think. No, there is. Never mind.
No,
I'm wrong.
down is too long. Down can't be Sudoku.
Yeah, and there was 2 6s here that I can't do anything with, so... My guess was proven wrong quite quickly.
Keep looking around the room first. Sudoku. I'm going to note down that there is a Sudoku puzzle.
Fowler's created this device to most likely perfect his invention.
You watch it, so I'm gonna say that, oh no, I remember this part. I think you're on your own for a bit.
Device to most likely perfect his invention.
Speaking of, I've got to step away for a sec to use the restroom and grab refill my drink. Be back in just a minute.
Very well. I'll keep snooping around. Like, look at the
I
safe.
need something.
You need something.
I
How about your
need
magnifying glass? No? Your test
I
tube?
need something.
Your tape measure?
I need something.
You need something besides those things.
I need something.
Very strange. Is it this
Very interesting.
screwdriver? That you didn't actually pick up. Why did you not pick it up? You went interesting and then just left it.
Fowlet created this device to most likely perfect his invention.
Can we look at the diplomas?
These certificates come from different places. He must have traveled a great deal, particularly in South America.
You don't say. The man has particularly traveled a lot in the region where we need to find someone who smokes cigarettes that are from that region. What about this painting?
There
Well,
is
not painting,
Fowlet.
picture.
He is not tall and appears to be quite obese.
And as such cannot be our killer. Annie.
Greasy substance. Very interesting.
Say so, Sherlock. If you say so.
The pillow is missing.
Pillow is missing. Can't do anything with that. Can do something
An
with this.
automatic shoe brush. What an inventor this Fowlet is.
Can I leave? Can I go into this other room?
Closed.
I cannot.
Okay.
Okay, but if I can't go into
You
the
might
other
have that.
room, and I can't go into the foreground here, then this is the only place. So whatever I need to solve this has to be in here.
Thank you for your patience. Did we encounter... It doesn't sound like we encountered any clues for the Sudoku puzzle.
No, but there was a moment where we
Looks
looked
like there's
at
a note on that board.
Yeah, we're not allowed to touch it though.
The
At least-
cupboard? What about the cupboard?
Cupboard is also untouchable. You can touch this, but all he says is that it's a nice invention.
An automatic
Nice
shoe brush.
invention.
What an inventor this Fowlet is.
But yeah, there was something here that was very interesting over by the windowsill. And I was hoping that he would pick up this screwdriver that's lodged in there. But he didn't.
Is that statue thing interesting?
This one is interesting. We just don't have the thing that we need.
I need something.
He needs something. And whatever it is he needs is not his tape
I
measure.
need something.
And it's not his magnifying
I
glass.
need something.
Nor his test tube. Grab test tube.
I need something.
We have some greasy balls. You want greasy balls?
I need something.
No.
Do you want some matches?
I need something.
The wooden thing? Like the bottom of the cupboard?
I need something.
underneath the magnifying glass. Like the magnifying glass attached to the robot arm.
No.
Damn.
Fowlet created this device to most likely perfect his invention.
What does this invention do? Have I ever picked up something that I'm not aware of? Oh yeah, we also looked at this painting. Well, picture. And was told that he was a bit of a stout and obese gentleman. The bed is not made, pillow is missing. Outside window has no bars and is kept closed with a screwdriver. That is the things that we found while you were gone.
So there's no going to the right from here.
Whoop. The right is over by the bed where we found that the pillow was missing. And we also picked up the grease from over by the wash bin.
Are any of these things like screens that you then go into? Like the bed or the wash basin?
Let's see, there's some footprints there, but I think that just takes us back, yeah. The only thing that we managed to get closer with was when we looked at the wash basin that took us like right in there. Like this.
There's just soap. Is there a right from this screen? No.
No, I can't even go that way. I have to go back out here and then like around an invisible corner. To be able to walk back outside. And I checked and there was nothing in the foreground here. And this door is locked.
The other door is locked? Okay, so we've only got the starting room again.
Yes. So I figured I'd go back here and see if there was anything I could have possibly missed.
What an odd house.
Like this entire area.
Look, what's this? The Joker looks interesting.
A wood toy. Nothing in the cabinet. And we walk up to the jester.
Oh no, it's another puzzle.
I need a token to play this automaton.
But it looks like it wants to play us at cards.
Yeah. But we need a token first. We do not have a token.
These paintings are from the town of Epinal.
And the paintings?
Oh!
There's a deer's head?
There's a deer head there. Because he said he had like those wood carvings that had other hidden images in them. But I only see the deer here. I don't see anything else. What about the second one?
There might be another drawing hidden among these pictures. Let's examine them carefully.
Oh, maybe I need to Let's test with the deer. If I take out my
You need to
magnifying
use
glass.
your magnifying glass? Yeah.
No. Doesn't appear to be it. Huh. Oh, clicking like that won't do anything. No. Seemingly nothing that can be clicked. But we saw the deer in the last one. I don't see anything here.
On the left, I see a creature. Kind of. It's. So, like, on the left, there's the rock wall, and then above it, there's a vaguely lumpy shape. Yeah, so that's the rock wall. Above that, there's a lumpy shape made out of other rocks that kind of has an animal head on the right.
I don't see it.
Well, nothing for it but to look at the next picture. Because there are 4 of them. This is only number 2. Assuming that we can interact with all of them.
Hmm. Now, do they appear in a notebook? No.
Can we just look at those last 2 again?
Yeah,
Because I
sure. Sure.
that was
I got a bit too curious about if they showed up in the notebook or not.
yeah. Is there anything that looks like an animal? Yeah, I see maybe a bird's head on the left there.
Bird's head.
So left top.
Left.
There's a bird's head pointing to the right.
Left top.
Down and right, just a little bit
Oh,
from
there.
where you are.
That's
yeah,
a beak,
that.
yeah.
Maybe.
Could be.
So bird. We've had deer, bird. I think there's like some sort of lumpy badger or bear or some sort of quadrupedal 4-legged thing in that second one. But this one, I don't see anything.
I feel like that looks like a claw. But I'm struggling to see where the rest of it is. Like, is this a crab hidden underneath the rocks? Claw, and body?
Ah, yeah, okay. Yep, I can see what you're trying to suggest. So far we have deer, quadrupedal something, crab, and bird head.
Mm-hmm.
Wood carvings. Yeah, that thing, that white shape.
A bear, perhaps?
Maybe. Deer, bear, question mark, crab, question mark, bird head.
But what do you want me
The
to do
deer is
with
the
this?
clearest.
Yeah. Like, it makes sense to me that there would be this sort of thing where he kind of goes,
Well,
"Oh, you found
what makes
something."
sense to me is somewhere else in the somewhere else in this room or one of the other rooms, there'll be like 4 buttons that we have to arrange left to right with these animals, or press in the right order.
Mm-hmm. That could be. Because I certainly can't seem to trigger any, like, voice line based on it. Let's see. Can we go back? Wait. What? Oh! We missed some footprints.
It is a size 7.
I thought you measured them to get the size of the...
I measured the shoe.
Ah.
But not
yeah,
these little
'cause
tiny
the shoe was
footprints.
size 6.
Mm-hmm.
And... footprints are size 7.
Mm-hmm.
Exclamation mark, question mark.
Hmm. And we didn't find anything in the kitchen except blood, gin, blood, gin. Was this door the one that we used, or is there anything else down this hallway? No, this is the door.
Can we look at the
Is the wood...
note we had from the exploding cabinet, the exploding desk?
This is the fable.
No, the one that burnt paper with code.
This one. 55 is the number to be found by adding.
I still have the original of the puzzle concerning the code in my something. 55 is the number to be found by adding. Could that possibly be the Sudoku puzzle?
It could be. It could very well be. We can go back and see if we can make them add up to something 55-ish.
Is there one row that's been completed? If there's one row that's been completed, that would be a huge hint.
I don't think any of them, but I just want to try and put the little wooden toy on here first. Because
yeah, go for it.
It looked like it was a little toy
I need
thingy.
something.
But apparently
I need
not.
something.
Okay. Sudoku thingy.
No, none of them are finished. That's annoying.
But you're only missing one on these two.
Yeah, and there's a couple of horizontal. There's a horizontal one, second from the bottom, that's only missing one.
You think they go horizontal as well?
I don't know whether it goes horizontally or vertically. We could test.
Oh yeah.
So
No, I'm sorry. In my head there, I thought you when you said horizontal, I thought you said diagonal. Never mind.
No. But there's up, down, and left, right options. So I will do the 2 horizontal ones at the bottom. 8 plus 9 plus 3 plus 10 plus 3 plus 5 plus 1 plus 3 plus 5. 47. So if we want it to equal 55, we need 8. Do we have a spare 8?
We have an 8. Where did you need it?
Column 2, row 3 from the bottom. Yeah. And then that will let us do vertically up from there. So 8 plus 3 plus 7 plus 1 plus 7 plus 8 plus 7 plus 3 plus 5 minus 55 is 6. So if we've got a spare 6, that goes vertically up from the one that we just did.
Oh, 6 you said?
Yep, and then we can go right from that way. This is like doing Sudoku again. 10 plus 6 plus 3 plus 2 plus 8
It's
plus 1
mad
plus 7 plus
Sudoku.
4 plus 5 minus 55. 8. If we've got another 8, although I'm a bit worried that that looks like it's using up our last 8 already. And then that lets us go down. 3 plus 1 plus 8 plus 2 plus 9 plus 10 plus 9 plus 3 plus 3 minus 55 is 7.
And that needs to be a white 7.
And then that can go right, which is 3 plus 7 plus 7 plus 10 plus 5 plus 1 plus 6 plus 6 plus 7 minus 55 minus 3, so 3. And then that can go downwards, which is 9 and 7 and 7 and 3 and 3 and 8 and 7 and 1 and 6. 51, so 4.
And let's see, that has to be a black disc.
That can go left. 4 plus 4 plus 7 plus 3 plus 9 plus 6 plus 10 plus 1 plus 4. 48, which is therefore 7.
No. We don't have a white 7.
Oh, you think they have to color zigzag as well?
Everything else on the board did. So I just assumed, unless it's hidden underneath something.
Maybe we have to find some of these discs yet. How many holes are there, and how many discs do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12... No, there are 14 and 14. It looks like we have the correct number. Okay. Well, we can do the other thing. So let's go across from the top row. 8 plus 5 plus 3 plus 7 plus 6 plus 6 plus 9 plus 2 plus 8 is 54, so that needs a 1.
Okay. Can do.
And the fourth row from the bottom only has a single gap. 4 plus 1 plus 10 plus 6 plus 9 plus 3 plus 7 plus 4 plus 4, 48, which needs a 7. But that doesn't work because we don't have the right color.
Wait,
if
where
we leave
were
and
you
come
now?
back, the one that, yeah, that one.
That one?
If we leave and come back, does it reset everything?
Let's see. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, but if we would begin with the top here, that one was 1. And just fill that in.
The next one that only has 1 is the third from the bottom.
Or this one.
Like, let's go only acrosswards, because
Okay.
I think maybe doing both directions is causing
Okay, fair enough.
issues.
That was the one you said
8,
had to be an
9,
8.
3, 10, 3, 5, 3, 5, 55. Yep, that's an 8.
Okay, we have 1 black 8, so that's fine.
Are there any others that only have 1 gap? No, everything has at least 2 going rightwards now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. But maybe there are only certain combinations that will work. So, can you sort the black numbers, like sort the black numbers that we have on the spare on one side and the white ones on the other, top to bottom? Yeah. And we can test then your theory about the right colors must go on the right thingies by looking at that. So,
Mhm.
how many more white ones do we need? We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yep, that matches. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 black ones. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, that both match. So that does match. Yeah, your color thing definitely. I didn't notice that. That looks very true.
Let's see.
So picking one of the ones that only has
8.
2 spaces. 3, 1.
So that was a 6 for that one.
7, 8, 7, 3, 9. So you're going vertically again?
Yeah, I went with this one that was 1 left, and that
Yeah.
was a 6.
I'm saying maybe what you're actually meant to do is maybe the verticals are wrong, and what you have to do is like work out the exclusive pairs that work horizontally. Like maybe one column will only accept the numbers 1 and 2, and therefore it must be the only numbers 1 and 2, or one column must have like the number 10 and 8 to add up to 18 to get what we need, and that would be the way to constrain it.
I mean, we could try. I just think that that's going one step too far as what
think it's
they
too
expect.
difficult?
I think you're making it more complicated than it needs to be. I think 55 is just...
You think 55 works vertically as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I just think we'll get to that same point of needing another yellow 7. Maybe I typed something wrong in the calculator.
Good night, that said. Though, calling us Kaladin. Really?
Yeah. I think he's used the wrong chat accidentally.
Uh-huh.
8, 8, 3, 10, 8, 6, 5, 3, 2, 2 of... So, not the last, yeah, that one needs a 2.
That one needs a 2. And it needs to be this 2.
We don't think we need matrices, Rusty. And then we can go rightwards from that one. So, 4, 1, 10, 6, 9, 3, 7, 2, 4, minus 55, a white 9.
Okay, but we've already gotten further than we did because this was the one that didn't work last time, I think.
Okay.
So clearly we've done something different. Because
Which
we can
one
do
only
this
has
one now.
7,
7, 7, 2, 5.
Okay. 7, 7, 2, 5, 3, 5, 9, 10, 6. 54, so we need a 1.
Okay. And then we get the other one. 4, 3, 3.
Yes.
8, 1, 10. 9, 8, 5.
51, so we need a 4.
Need a 4. Whoop. And then we can
And
go
then
up.
going vertically.
Mhm.
6, 4, 1, 7, 8, 3, 7, 7, 9. 52, so we need a 3.
Need a 3, we have that.
And then going horizontally.
We're definitely getting further, so I think we might have just typed something wrong on the calculator.
I might have typed something wrong on the calculator, I'm sorry. 1,
Yeah, it's fine.
5, 10, 7, 3, 48, which is 7.
Nothing better than that we did that and then figured it out before we went full matrix here.
I think there's probably not that many pair combinations that would work. But anyway. 3, 1, 7, 2, 9, 10, 9, 3, 3. I think I did one too many 3s there. 3, 1, 7, 2, 9, 10, 9, 3, 3. Yeah, so 47. 8. We need an 8.
Mm-hmm.
Does that work out with that one? Like, does that also co-calculate horizontally there? 10, 6, 8, 3, 2, 8, 1, 7, 5, 5. Yes, it does.
Hooray!
Okay, but now everything has at least 2 gaps?
Yeah.
So we do have to do some mutually exclusive pair stuff.
Some?
2, 7, 3, 6, 6, 5, 6, 8.
I would think this
43.
one would be the easiest one to find out, since it's a corner piece and it's needed in 2 rows.
Everything will be needed in 2.
Yes,
but
that's the
12.
same.
That horizontally needs 12.
Mm-hmm.
So what options add up to 12? We have 9 and 3, and 7 and 5. Those are the only 2 option pairs that work.
Mm-hmm. But for the other one, what do we need?
Just a sec. 9, 3 or... no, it was 9... Yeah, 9, 3 and 7, 5. 7, 5 or 9, 3. And then vertically, looking at what pairs work to make the number. 8, 9, 5, 7, 2, 4, 5, 5. That needs 10. And to make 10, what pairs do we have?
7. If 7 would work on both of them.
7 and 3.
Or 5.
Or 5 and 5.
But
or...
5 didn't work on the other one, did it?
No, so it's got to be 7 and 3.
So it has to be the 7.
Bottom right-hand corner has to be the 7.
Which making this the 3.
No. No, that 7 matched with a 5.
That 7 matched with the 5.
Like, horizontally, the matching number to the 7 is 5. Vertically, the matching number is 3.
Now correct?
Yep. And, yep, 3 up. I think so. Let me double check the bottom row is not screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
And I got that right. 2, 7, 3, 6, 6, 5, 5, 6, 8, 7. Yes.
Okay, and now we have one with 1 row again. Well, 1 missing.
Yep, I can see the vertical one. 6, 8, 1, 6, 10, 3, 5, 9, 5. 53, so it needs a 2.
Needs a 2. We have a 2. Good. Good, good. So basically we're trying to get 55 on every single thing. Rusty. Everything has to turn
Because
into 50.
it's not a 9 by 9 square, Rusty. It's a 9 by 10 square.
Okay. And let's see. This one, it would be the easiest one, considering that hits both of them. Well, that one also. It's both of those two, but...
I would just work on the first column.
Okay.
8, 10, 3, 3, 4, 8, 4, 2. That's 42, which means the number has to be 13. Possible numbers that we have left that combine to 13 are only 10 and 3.
Okay.
And 9 and 4. 10, 3, and 9, 4.
That works on both.
Yeah. So we got to work out... I'll go now horizontally on the second row and see what numbers work there. So 3, 1, 4, 7, 8, 7, 3, 9. Double check that I'm into that. 3, 1, 4, 7.
It's a 50-50 chance. You have no idea how much I want to just fiddle and put them in there.
13. The numbers that make 13 are 10, comma 3 and 9, 4. So that doesn't differentiate. Both would work both ways.
Yeah. It would, wouldn't it?
So remove them. No! Oh, you.
I'm gambling! Not even doing the math now. Okay, that was wrong. Great, then I can remove them.
Can you?
Yeah.
Do you know which ones they are?
Of course I do! That was the 3. 2, 2, 2.
Just start afresh, says Nemavlov. That's what I'm panically worrying we will have to do.
I dare you to find anything that doesn't add up there.
Let's do the
Hi
last
there, Kaladin.
empty
Thank you for the
column.
raid.
So 6, 8, 1, 6, 9, 3, 10, 5, 55.
Welcome
the
to
answer
me
is
giving
7.
Blobber a heart attack by not doing math.
Yeah. Final. It's more that you like. If you had warned me, I could have print screened beforehand and.
Do you want to
I'd
print
know what
screen
we could
now?
do. Done.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
No, I don't remember what it was though. I don't remember what I was supposed to
7.
get.
So the options that we have to. But now I can't see the numbers that we have to work with. Because you've shoved them in.
No. They're still here. We have 2 3s.
What?
We have a 4 and a 5, and we have a 10 and a 9.
That can't work. Unless I typed this column in wrong. So it was 6, 8, 1, 6, 9, 3, 10, 5. The only answer is 7. So we would need, yeah, that can't work.
What can't work?
The final column that has currently got gaps.
Mm-hmm.
So column 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Column 6.
It's make everything be turned into 55.
55, yeah.
Everything has to be 55. Okay, let me double check then that I didn't grab the wrong 3, but I'm pretty sure I didn't. But I'll double check.
And Morrigan is sabotaging
That
my
is
math.
55. I did not sabotage your math.
I didn't say that. Nemi is saying that. I would...
Yes, but silently you agree.
I'm thinking it very hard. Yes, I am. One, 4.
Yeah, the first one still gives us minus 13, so that's fine. That hasn't changed anything. That was always what that was gonna be.
Column 4.
So I haven't messed
Column
up
4
that.
Column 4 only has 14, and there's 2 ways of making that work. 10 and 4, or 9 and 5.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and then let's pick one of the... We'll pick the bottom horizontal one,
Mm-hmm.
which is row 6. Needs what? Row 6 needs 2, 10, 8, 2, 5, 9, 7, 3. Needs 9. And what do we... No, that doesn't work either, because we only have one... We only have one number. Like, 9 is too big.
Mm.
The two white ones left are too big.
Yeah, but that's two black ones.
Oh. Okay.
You need two black ones on that row.
Then the 5 and the 4.
Yes, but where does the 5 go comparatively?
Yeah, okay. We don't know. Okay,
So,
okay.
so does that mean you let me just put them in and hope for the best?
No, we can do all of the rows. I just haven't been thinking about them in terms of their colors. Every time you've been picking up numbers, it's just sort of always been two like one pair of each.
But I could finish
In
it
my
so
head.
much faster.
It would let you finish it so much faster. Needs 9. So, what were the options? The options were 5 and 4. Yeah. So the intersection of column 4 and row 6 has to be the 5.
6, 5.
We think.
4.
No, Cal. The board is 9 by 10.
Okay.
No, you did it the other way around. You did row 6. You did 6 by 6 instead of 6 by 4.
Whoop.
Yeah, that way around. Okay, and then if the 4 is there, the 10 has to be at the top. Huh?
I just matched colors.
Did it open? Okay, we got our little number.
We now have a token. We can now go and play poker against the jester.
No, the board is 9 by 10, Cal. 9x10. So you can't use rules like there must be a 10 in every row or something, because some of the rows have them and some of them don't.
Come on, over to the creepy jester. Here's your token.
I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what this automaton displays.
What?
Ah, so pick the next thing in the sequence. But how do we know what is currently showing?
Ah, okay, I have to pull the arm.
What card do you play?
I mean, presumably the other ace. Ace of spades.
I need to place the correct card in its hand.
I don't think he liked that.
Press it again.
What card do you play?
I don't think that's wrong, else it would give us the same question? Like, I think it would probably give us the same question if we got it wrong.
I don't know, I think they're
Maybe.
randomized.
So what's the next logical thing after... 3 of hearts? What the hell is the second card? It looks like it's saying A.
Yeah. But that can't be.
What's an A?
It looks like a V to me, but...
Oh, they're upside... No, they're not upside down. Like the letters... Oh, that would be upside down. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that would be upside down there. What would a V be? Like, we can see that King, Queen, and Jack are all normal...
Yeah.
Normal letters on the left.
Do you think it's just like by the
3, 5,
art?
7,
I think
9?
it is a jack, but
I don't. I think it's a 5. I think V is meant to be Roman numeral.
you think so?
But we can't select a 9. We don't have a 9 to pick, so that screws up my theory.
Uh-huh.
3, Jack, 7. So what's the difference between... No, I have no idea how you would tell what's next there. But we can see what the Jack of Spades looks like on the left, Lizard.
If I exit, do I get the thing again? Do I get the instructions again?
I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what this automaton displays.
That's just logical sequence.
Well, does it give us the ace one again? Because if it gives us the ace one again...
What card do you play?
Okay, so then that was probably the correct one.
Yes!
Just saying, it's weird that it just disappears like that and you don't really get to know if it's right or wrong. Yes, Reste, I am really glad this music will not get old ever.
What card do you play?
Is it there's only one answer of the other suit? Is there only one diamond on the board? No, there's 4 diamonds.
But there's only one that has an image card on it. And it's number, image, number, image.
Okay, you think it's number, image, yeah, okay. Go for it. Go for it.
Come on. Accept the card, damn it. No, it was not. I was wrong.
I shall select a card to find the logical sequence.
But hey, now we know what sound he makes when we're wrong.
What card do you play?
Okay, ace. Also, this means you can brute force it, right? You can just check
Oh,
all
dear.
16 options for each solution.
Uh-huh.
What card do you play?
Try the other diamonds first. So it wasn't queen. Try diamond of 5.
Oh, because it's wrong and it shows 5, you mean? But no.
I need a token to play this automaton.
Well, the first one was what
I
suit
shall
is
select a
missing,
card to
right?
find
Yeah.
the logical sequence of what this
Oh, maybe it's always what
automaton
suit
displays.
is.
What card do you play?
No, because the numbers were all the same in the first one, which let you know what number it was meant to be. But the
What
numbers
card
aren't the same
do
in the
you
second
play?
one, nor does it seem to be ascending in a certain order.
Mm-hmm.
4? Yeah, maybe it's going up by 4 each time. Like 3 to 7 is 4.
Mm-hmm.
7 to Jack is 3. So maybe
mean,
it's 2 above 3?
The
That's
only
2 above-
one we haven't tried is the 4. If you want to keep it different suits. That's the only diamond left. So we can quickly just
Right.
try that and then figure out if
Or-
it's, Yes. That was accepted.
What card do you play?
So spade. But which spade?
Oh, what spades do we have? We have 1, 10, 4.
And then comes the question, can it repeat? Can it be
I
the
think it's
spades?
4. I think it's
Can-
4.
Okay,
I think it cycles through the deck.
okay.
I need a token to play this
No.
automaton.
Okay.
I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what this automaton displays.
What card do you play?
So my logic was that it's incrementing by a set amount of number value, and then when it
do you play?
like hits the king, it cycles through to the next loop. What's the point of this? We don't know. Presumably it gives us something to open something else, Lizard.
Well, that means it's either the 10 or the ace.
No, it's 4. Wasn't this the second one? Oh no, this is the
No.
third one.
So it's either the 10
Yeah,
or the
50-50
ace. We have
it.
already
50-50
used
it.
the ace. But what were you thinking?
I was saying you can just 50-50 it, like pick whichever
Okay.
one of the 2 remaining ones you want to guess first.
I need a
Okay.
token
We're down to
play
3
this
options.
automaton.
So, if
I
we're
shall
right
select
with
a card
that,
to find the
that means that the
logical
cards do
sequence of what
repeat.
this
Which is
automaton
annoying, but oh well.
displays.
What card do you play?
Inducing madness indeed.
What card do you play? What card do you play?
Oh, it's hard, so yeah, no, you're right.
No, it needs to be another. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah,
it's a heart. It needs to be another
Kaladin
club.
pointed out that it wasn't different.
Kaladin's being too helpful.
Kaladin is
Smack
being...
him. Smack him.
You're the one who could smack him. I'm stuck in this game. Hi there, Wick.
So it needs to be an 8. Oh, well, it needs to be a club, and the difference between those two is
Circle around.
like 8, 9, 10, 11. 11.
That would be...
2? 2. 2 of club.
2
I
of
guess.
clubs. No.
I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what
So
this
the horrible music
automaton
continues.
displays.
What card do you play?
We are trapped in a nightmare.
Imagine how long we could have not noticed that it was the wrong suit.
Yes.
Gosh.
If only Cal hadn't pointed that out, there would be much more of this music. To everyone's great enjoyment.
What card do you play?
Okay, so if it isn't 1, the other options are what? 4 and... No, it
4,
was 12.
7, 8, and king.
7, 8, and king. Well, just pick one. There's not too much.
Fine, king, go. Don't think it is you, but take it.
I need a token to play this automaton. I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what this
Yeah, very
automaton
logical.
displays.
What card do you play?
Jake specifically turning up the volume to get hints. Would be surprised. That does not surprise me.
What card do you play?
So, Blubber, what card do you play?
What card do you
Whichever
play?
remaining club we haven't tested. We've tested 2 and king.
Yeah.
So what do we...
4,
we
7,
need
and
4
8.
or 8. Maybe they're meant to add up to the same number?
Maybe?
10, 11, 12. 12 is 14, so 7? 7. I think they're meant to add up to the same number. I guess 7.
I shall select a card to find the logical sequence of what this automaton displays.
What card do you play?
I don't know why people hate the music so much. I don't mind.
It's driving me insane, but oh well. This is gonna be stuck in my head for the rest of the day.
What card do you play? What card do you play?
Okay, so we've tried.
Oh! Oh. Could it be? 7-2 queen. But that wouldn't tell me which one of these.
Well, we already tried 4.
But if that were the right, it would be this one, which makes no sense. I was just thinking, if 2 is here,
This
7
part
is
of the
here.
game really captures the essence of Sherlock.
I loved it when Arthur Conan Doyle wrote 20 pages on how Sherlock played just a card game machine. Indeed. But yeah, I was wondering if it's like where the row and things that doesn't have a card already from it. So if you have the 2 from here, the 7 from here, and the queen from here. No, that's different queen. Never mind. Thank goodness I didn't go down that rabbit hole. What could it be?
Oh, you want to obliterate? Yeah, okay. So where the red heart, the heart of 2 is eliminate that column and row.
Yeah,
and
but then
where
I
the
saw that
7
it's
is-
the diamond and heart, so it doesn't match up.
I mean, that might work. 2, obliterate those. 7, obliterate those. Queen, obliterate those. So it can be the 5 of diamond. By your...
Yeah, and I don't think it is, because at that point, the queen would be the same.
Queen would be the same. That I don't get. I'm treating it as you obliterate the column and row that is shown on in the Joker. So if we're gonna go with that, it's the 5 of diamonds.
Yeah, and I don't think that's it. Let's just keep going with the clubs and figure that one out. So 4 go. I think you're the only clubs we haven't done.
Won.
The nightmare is over. Never again. Never again.
We can only hope this puzzle reoccurs in future instances of the series.
Not necessarily the puzzle, just the music. Text about Noah. The first animal came from the shore. It was afraid of the powerful waves. The second came from the valley. It was afraid of the river with fast streams. The third came from the hills and was hiding from the downpour. The last one that Noah welcomed came from the mountain. It wasn't afraid of water, but it heard the wrath of the Lord roaring. Okay, so that's about the paintings, but that doesn't help us. It doesn't really help us, I think.
Yeah, we've discovered nothing to push on the paintings.
Unless now that we have that, we can push on the paintings. Like it is the sequence thing. No, the dare is still not pushable. But would the dare be the first one to push according to that? First animal came from the shore. It was afraid of the powerful waves. Um. Hmm. Hmm.
What was needed to like maybe in the same way that the Joker has used the coin to activate it, maybe the other thing uses the coin? Did they give you the coin back?
No. Coin is gone.
Oh god. Maybe we have to redo the Sudoku puzzle to earn another coin?
Oh dear. I don't want to redo the Sudoku puzzle.
Would you prefer to redo the Joker puzzle?
No! Can I choose neither? Is neither not an option? Oh dear. Okay. Let's see. Because the only puzzle that we know that we need something for is the thing over here. This thing.
The animals must enter Noah's Ark in the proper order.
Okay.
Oh, we're allowed to look at this now.
Yes.
Okay, so what was our text hint?
It was the...
Something about being afraid of waves.
First
So
animal
presumably
came from the shore. It was afraid of the powerful waves.
So crab.
Okay. The second came from the valley, and it was afraid of the river with fast streams. The deer looked like
What's
it came
the
from a
third one?
valley, or was it the bear? The third came from the
Yeah.
hills. I feel like
I
that's
think-
the bear. The bear was in the hills.
Yeah, I think the bear is in the hills too. I agree.
And then the eagle came down from the mountain because that was in the waterfall.
And so process of elimination, deer is 2. Crab, deer, bear, eagle.
Oh. But the other ones.
Yeah. Oh my.
Okay, so do you think it's 2 different things then? Like those 4 are in like one sequence is the 4 that we have in the paintings,
As in
and the other is
paintings
the
are the 4,
riddle.
and the other is... So what were the paintings in order?
The paintings was there. And then...
Deer, bear, crab. Deer, bear, crab. Eagle.
Hmm. Hmm. Let me see that poem again. Oh no, 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 no. No, we messed up. I see where we went wrong.
Oh, 1, 2, 3, last.
Last. The eagle is last. So, if we try again, the deer goes second, bear goes third, and then whoever. No one cares about you guys. As long as the eagle is last, we should be fine.
It is elementary. Someone tried to force this safe.
That's so weird, having entries that can be anything?
Yeah.
Okay, someone tried to break into the safe.
We have papers. Okay, draft of Sir Bromby's will. According to the wishes of Sir Bromsby, the will is to be written in favor of Herman Grimble, unless he predeceased the testator, regardless of Miss Lavinia's majority. She will be paid a substantial pension during this period. In the event that Miss Lavinia should marry before the death of Mr. Grimble, then she and her husband would exercise control over the Bromsby asset to the prejudice of Mr. Grimble. Well, regardless, Mr. Grimble would maintain his right to oversee the daily operation of Bromsby Enterprise and over any portion of dividends according to his personal investment in the aforesaid business. Find out the information in legal text about the majority and probable success of the heiress to contest such a document. Horace Fowlett. Letter from Bromsby to Fowlett, 11/12/1896. My dear friend, I will not be able to pay you a visit next week as we had arranged. A terrible revelation has added to my usual worries. I shared with you earlier the boast of my nephew when he was employed at the cement factory and the accusations he had raised against Grimble. The recent visit of Her Majesty's tax official has done little to lessen these suspicions. The lack of time and perhaps courage does not permit me to reveal Herman's machinations. But I will reveal the complete truth as soon as possible. How could I imagine ever being betrayed in such a way? Your friend, Sir Melvin Bromsby. Why do I keep calling him Bromsley? Letter from Bromsby to Fowlett. My dear friend, as I told you during my last visit, the difficulties between Grimble and my nephew have taken a critical turn. It seems that this ungrateful young man has gained the upper hand, and if he doesn't complain anymore, the foreman and some of the workers are doing it for him. I beg your help. I don't think that young Wyatt is a ne'er-do-well, but his acquaintances here in London have a negative effect on him. Would you kindly tutor him in his studies, far from the city? I think that in your company he would find real value and would return to the right path. I am eternally in debt to his poor mother and cannot stop thinking about his future well-being, despite his ingratitude. Your friend, Melvin Bromsby. So that's the snake. Miller Simpson, Kirby at Collins case. The court returned a verdict of guilty for Mr. Miller and Mr. Kirby and association in the accidental death of Louis Castiglietti during a brawl at a place named the Inn of the Golden Apple in Wrexham on the night of the 20th to the early hours of the 21st of February 1892. Mr. Kirby and Miller have been sentenced to 3 years of hard labor. The court returned a verdict of guilty for Mr. Miller, Simpson, and Kirby and Collins for the charges of robbery. Said robbery took place at the Inn of the Golden Apple during the night of the 20th in the morning of 21st of February 1892. Mr. Miller, Simpson, Kirby, and Collins are each sentenced to pay a fine in the amount of £125 to Mr. Irene Castiglietti.
So just to be clear, you think that the boy ward that has been sent to learn with the killed man is the snake
Yes.
referenced in the... Who's the one sending the boy ward?
The dead person. Our murder victim. Sent his nephew.
Oh, I thought he received the boy ward.
No,
I misunderstood that.
Dead person sends that to Fowlett, whose house we are currently in. He sends him his
Dead
nephew.
man sent nephew to lawyer, sure.
Yes. Who then wrote in the thing from the serpent, because he had the Aesop fable thing in his living room.
Yeah.
Okay, dear Mr. Fowlett, I have personally welcomed the nephew of your friend. This Wyatt Collins doesn't seem to be a bad fellow at first glance, but I think he needs a firm hand. He was hired as a supervisor for the copper mines near the border. I believe the hard-working way of life that we lead will have a healthy effect on it. Sincerely yours. Someone Sullivan. Chief Foreman.
Rot? Gret? Grat?
Rot? Something. British Embassy in Brazil. Notice is hereby given that the British subject, Wyatt Collins, was arrested by Brazilian authorities in the region of Guacayamo. It is our embassy's policy to inform the proper interested parties in England when a British citizen stands accused of a crime and lacks the adequate means to secure a proper local barrister for his defense. Since the individual in question may be subjected to a term of imprisonment, if you decide to meet his needs, you must make arrangement through the Brazilian embassy in London. R. Chestwick.
And this ties back. Sorry.
You were saying?
And this ties back to the Brazilian tobacco.
Yes. Yes, it does. Mr. Fowlett, notice is hereby given that Mr. Wyatt Collins was discharged. As you were early informed, Mr. Collins has been enjoying a half-free order for the past 10 months due to his good behavior and the influence of the prison warden at Wakayama, who is former soldier of Her Majesty's Army. Suspicious. Under the former conditions of his sentence, Mr. Collins was required to remain within the territory, hereinafter, for is free to leave the country. Our Chestwick is share. And then we have a series of numbers. Is it a code? 111211211112221. Which is probably for the safe in the office. That we were never allowed to look at.
Behind the photograph, the painting that was far too low.
Yeah.
Holmes, Murray has just found a key in the garden.
Oh, has he now?
Holmes, you've finished all the puzzles in this area. Please leave now.
But what if we make Watson just keep playing the jester over and over again?
Then chat will rebel.
Holmes, Murray has just found a key in the garden.
It should be done quickly.
Should be done quickly? What should be done quickly?
Maybe we aren't done.
But we never saw anything that required a key, did we?
Not that I know.
Close.
You locked the door after yourself. Well, if that's not a sign that we're not supposed to go back in, I don't know what is. Do you still think there's something more in there?
No. If they don't let us in.
I mean, we have the key. We can still go in there. I just find it a bit strange that, you know, he locks the door behind him.
Oh, we can go in. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what about that other door? The one in the hallway.
The one in the hallway?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
The
There
hallway
was
that
a
we
lock.
had to light up with the lamp.
There was a locked door, wasn't there? Actually, there were two. Wasn't this also locked? No, this was the kitchen.
This was the kitchen with the gin.
Gin, blood, gin. And then this one can go on this door. That's a lot of potatoes.
Watson, over here.
My God, this man is dead, Holmes.
Brilliant deduction. I thought perhaps he was tired and decided to rest under a pile of potatoes, which in turn fractured his skull. Watson, you see everything, but fail to observe. I do not have time for trifles.
Oh, really, Holmes? You go too far.
Watson, tell Constable Fletcher to contact Lestrade with all haste. Now, I'd like to look around the house.
All right, Holmes.
Wow.
Oh, there are some legs sticking out of the pile of.
I need
Yeah.
something. I need something.
I'm like, there's a dead person. All I see is a pile of potatoes.
Didn't see the dead person
Size
inside the pile of
6.
potatoes. So you mean to say you observed even less than Watson?
I did. I observed even less than Watson.
Oh dear. It's going downhill for
I
your
recognize this handwriting.
detective status.
This handwriting is identical to the writing on Monsieur de la Mazardiere's visiting card.
Oh god, not the pretentious knight of whatever he was.
Mm-hmm. Seems like that's it.
Write that down. Boy released from prison.
The station master
There was
assured
dead
me
body
he
in
clearly saw Mr.
basement.
Fowlett board the last train to London. But as Constable Fletcher can attest, the body in the cellar is without question that of Horace Fowlett.
Do you have the station master's statements there in your notes, Watson?
Of course. And be sure that...
It is neither the right place nor the right time to talk about this. We must hurry. I fear if we do not act promptly and with all haste, this second dead body will not be the last. Let us return to Baker Street. It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson.
Oh, you just missed
before
some
we retire,
excellent stuff,
let's
Decoy.
summarize our findings.
Like some wonderful
The question should be
music.
answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Some wonderful music while we were dealing with the
Not the
jester.
quizzes again. Okay.
Okay, let's see. And you wanted to do just one and see if it gave me anything.
Yes. Yes,
Did
yes, yes,
Horace
yes.
Fowlett receive a call on the evening he was supposed to leave? Yes, he did.
Yes.
And that was the testimony of,
The farming boy. Or farming man.
I think it was Murray. Yeah, there's only two of them. But I can double check. Anything bad to say about the man? Full of baubles.
No, he just says he saw he left the... He saw the
You say
vague
he had
person that he assumes was him. Ah, there we go.
I
He
don't
had a
know. It
visitor.
seems to me saw someone at this place at nightfall. Yeah. So there was someone. He claims. And then if I
Close the book. Does it tell us it's wrong,
We
or does
must
it
have made
say
an error,
do
Watson.
more?
Let's check our answers. The question should be answered yes or no, and justified by the evidence or testimony
That sounds like
received
wrong.
during the investigation.
It does. But that could be because it just say that if you haven't filled out everything, or it could be because
Is
it's
there
actually
is there a
wrong.
question that we are sure we know the answer to? Like, can you go to can you
I
empty
feel
this?
99% sure that we have this one, but were all the guests in the ballroom at the time of the shooting? Did Sir Bromsby and his daughter have a good relationship?
No.
Was Horace Fowlett aware of the problems between Herman Grimble and Sir Bromsby? Yes, he was. Is there anything missing from Horace Fowlett's house?
Gin
The pillow. The pillow is missing.
on his bed when I was getting my food. Okay.
Yes. Did someone enter through the window? Yes, they did. We found a muddy footprint thing. And we also had the other footprints.
So can you unenter the answers to number 1 and come and do this 6?
No, I cannot erase it so that it's empty.
What if you leave and re-enter? Does it?
We
No,
must
'cause you
have
already
made
did
an
that.
error, Watson. The question should be answered yes or no,
No.
and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Damn.
Let's see. It
No,
was
there are
that
footprints outside his house, and there's a footprints inside his house.
Where was the other one? There. Footprints with trace of soil 10 on the barrel, and in the living room, footprints with trace of soil out of 7.
I don't know that the second one,
Yeah,
if the
no.
shoe size has changed.
True. In that case, I guess it's the window. The window has
has
no
been
bars
forced
and it kept
open?
closed with a screwdriver.
Yeah.
So, yes. And that was the pillow. Pillow is missing. And that one was the letter. Where was that one? Which one was it?
I don't write the source of things usually. I only write like the information. I'm sorry, I can't.
That was about the Grimble. But I'm unsure which one of the 2 letters it would be. Like, as far as I can tell, it could be either one. What do you feel? Do you feel like this is the answer, or do you feel like this is the answer?
I think the second one is probably indicating the.
Because that I did feel like it's not between Grimble. Mostly that's about the nephew. I feel this one is mostly about Grimble.
And what's our actual question? Our question is, was he aware of the problem?
Yeah. And this is the letter where he is made aware of the problem. I think.
Between Grimble and Bromsby.
And this is the
Okay.
first letter that mentions those problems.
And is it from Fowlet? Or to Fowlet? Yeah, it's to
Yes.
Fowlet.
To Fowlet. From Bromsby. I'm willing
Does
to
it have
rework
anti-
that one.
Is it willing to have anti-Grimble things in it?
Yes. That is the most anti-Grimble letter we have.
Okay.
Oh, who was it who
We
said
have
the
the-
thing about the daughter?
Yeah, this was Brimble's saying, or it could either be Brimble's thing or the daughter's thing, because there was 2 things.
No. But yeah, go to Grimble.
Because she said,
Stain-
like, my dad has been distant from me since I came back.
Yeah, but didn't she say more like he was paranoid? Where the one that states there's actual problems are Grimble?
Yes, Grimble is actually explicitly saying they had problems.
Mm-hmm. Let's be as explicit as possible right now.
My notes for the daughter say that there is a poor relationship and that he seemed odd when they first re-met upon her return from Switzerland.
Mm-hmm. Document
Were
about
all of the
all
guests in the ballroom?
Oh, that's probably Oh, which one is it?
Not the instrument.
Not the motive. Development. Yeah, report. It's one of these.
The development said something about people in the room.
All the windows.
The testimony of the cabmen who were in said no one left.
Mm.
This indicates no one ascended to the top floor.
Mm-hmm. Do you think it's the development of the crime?
Yeah. If no one left and there's no one leaving by the... No one left the door and no one left via the stairs, that's saying everyone's there.
Okay. Everyone was there.
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions.
Hooray!
We shall examine the evidence acquired yesterday. A wood trinket.
One was actually a fair bit easier.
Substance from Fowler's washstand, and the
Well, maybe
gloves
it's just there were
I found
less
at
questions. How
Sherringford
many
Hall.
questions were there the first time?
I think it was the same amount of question, but I think it needed more things. Also, this one felt a lot more obvious. But now I missed completely what he said that we were supposed to do.
We shall examine the evidence
Save.
acquired yesterday. A wood...
Save. Keep going up to new game.
Because that's not the sensible
We
point
shall
to
examine
put
the evidence acquired
resume.
yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
A wood trinket, substance from Fowler's washstand, and the gloves I found at Sherringford Hall. Let me
Okay.
study this more closely.
That was put it over
A
here.
very fine white cotton.
And that was it. Okay.
Let's examine it under the microscope. Greasy substance. Very interesting.
Examine greasy balls.
Let me study this more closely.
That was...
I recognize the style of this trinket.
Okay, that took 2 seconds. Those get so much more complicated in the
I
later
could
games.
not wait for you much longer.
Fine white
We have
cotton
but a
gloves.
brief
What did
moment
it say
to
about the
discuss your
balls?
notes before joining the inspector at Sherringford Hall. Poor Lestrade must have spent a terrible night.
My word, Holmes. Even you have admitted that this case is uniquely perplexing and difficult.
You are, of course, correct. I still have not arrived at a reasonable and definite explanation of these events. You see, Watson, our success lies entirely in our ability to sift through the vast amounts of facts and evidence we have at our disposal and discern which items are of true significance. We cannot allow ourselves to be blinded by the superficial logic of forced hypotheses. We also must not overlook the trifles, as by their very existence they can destroy the most solid of theories. Watson, consider this. All persons intimately involved with the preparations for the reception knew the precise position Sir Bromsby would occupy on that stage. We must remark that they had this knowledge for at least a week beforehand. Numerous experts have made much of the fact that the deadly shot was of unnatural precision. We have also learned that Horace Fowler was a renowned expert on all types of mechanical devices and automatons. Then Fowler is found dead a mere 2 days ago. These facts give rise to a serious line of inquiry.
I find your deductions quite probable, Holmes.
But how can we explain the guest list with notes? Any probable theory about these events must correspond in all ways, including the smallest of details. Watson, I have a general idea of what you discovered during your return to the Flatham railway station. Please correct me if I get any detail wrong. You learned from the station master that several minutes before the arrival of the last train to London, 2 men entered the station one after another. First, there appeared a tall man clothed as a worker. His hat was lowered to hide his eyes, his right hand bandaged. He took a place in the right corner near the platform. A few moments later, Horace Fowler came in and sat down on a bench. He spoke briefly with the station master and by all appearances seemed to be freezing. I can add that you have probably learned that the station master began to work in Flatham only 4 years ago. The rest you can tell yourself.
Really, Holmes, you were right concerning the information I received from the station master. When I entered the railway station...
Are you gonna actually make us play it, or is it just cutscene? Oh, you're gonna actually force us to play it.
How the hell does he know that the man that appeared there that night had a damaged right hand and
Oh, that
appeared
one's
in this
easy.
order and...
The damaged hand is easy. That's the gin blood. Why he was
Two
standing on
people
the
because
right
there's
side.
two shoe sizes?
Yeah. But why he's standing on the right side, I can't quite figure out.
Hello. If
Go
you
back
could,
to the other
I
view,
need some
and
information
the man is
regarding
taller
the
than
last
the building.
scheduled train to the north, specifically the one that ran 2 days ago.
You're one of those fellows from London working with Fletcher, aren't you? Wait a second, let's see, 2 days ago, or rather 2 nights. That was the night when Mr. Fowler was here.
Did you see him?
As clearly as I see you now. But he didn't seem well, he was all muffled up, and every time he opened his mouth it was to cough. The people from the village say that he's an odd one who's always amusing himself with gewgaws and puppets.
But have you ever actually met him?
Do you see him often?
No, I don't know him that well, because he didn't travel very often. I didn't think it was a good opportunity to make his acquaintance, but he wasn't able to say more than a few words without suffering a sudden coughing fit. It seemed he was travelling to the north. However, I cannot say with any certainty that he arrived there.
Was there anyone else on the platform?
Yes, there was a fellow. I could see his face beneath his cap, and for a second I thought he had a revolver in his pocket, but then I noticed that it was merely his hand. It was all done up with a large bandage, due to some wound, I suppose.
Where was he, exactly?
He stood in that corner over there, and Mr. Fowler arrived a bit later. I heard the sound of his coughing for about 5 minutes after that. When the train arrived, they boarded the same carriage.
And where might I find this train carriage?
Why, right here. They always use the same carriages when they put together the night trains.
Aha, and here it is. This is most advantageous.
If it would be a help, I can hold the train for 1 or 2 minutes at the station, so you might have a look inside.
Thank you very much. Well, I must investigate these matters.
Until later, sir.
Okay, so then we enter the train.
No, we go to the other view and look at how tall he is.
What? Oh, that was over here, wasn't it?
Yeah. The foreground. And then look at how tall the station man is.
Ah, glorious. Okay, now on to the train, because as we know, all murderers do love their trains.
I feel obliged to point out that the station master says the person suspected of murdering doesn't use the train often.
That's gonna be your defense.
It could be evidence.
Yes.
He might enjoy trains, but he doesn't take them often. We convicted a man who just had a book about some children's with trains. For liking trains. At this point, I feel the bar is pretty low. Ooh, little cap.
Someone has forgotten their cap, and I believe that hairs on it are red.
To match our red moustache.
A Cherapaki cigarette, the same as Holmes found at Sherringford Hall.
Aha.
A red hair. This is splendid, Watson.
I did not dare to disturb your thoughts on our way back to London last night. I had quite forgotten about this hat.
Ah, the street urchins come into play.
Hey.
What can we do for you today, Mr. Holmes?
Come near, Wiggins.
Oh my god.
They look so unproportioned.
They do.
Mind you look sharp.
Like
There'll be
he's
an
been
extra
lifting
guinea for the lad
weights.
that finds him.
Them shoulders on that
Goodbye.
kid.
He has
We
no
must leave now,
pelvis.
Watson.
100%
Let us return to
chest.
Sherringford Hall.
Okay, so let's see. The map just went away. There we go. Now it's back.
The mines are good for the children.
Mm-hmm.
Cabby!
Build them shoulders. Okay, I guess we talked to everyone.
My respects, madam. It would seem that you have received good news.
Oh, it's Miss Bromsby and her admirer, Lieutenant Harrington. It is wonderful to see love bloom despite such tragic circumstances.
Uh-huh, sure it is. He's totally in on this.
Have you ever met Wyatt Collins?
The nephew of the late Sir Bromsby? Oh, I've seen him just a few times since I was hired at Sherringford Hall. He stopped visiting the hall because of a quarrel with his uncle, I think.
How would you describe him?
He was a very tall and slender young man with a bright red hair. He's not well mannered.
Have you seen Inspector Lestrade?
He is with Miss Bromsby and Lieutenant Harrington in Sir Bromsby's office. He's waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your assistance, Miss Lambert.
You are surely welcome.
And what about the maid?
Hello. You seem to be in a fine mood.
Oh, yes, because I am sure that Miss Bramsby and Lieutenant Harrington will make a splendid couple. He's very handsome and rich.
Did he tell you that he was rich?
Wait, and how do you know this?
The brother of my cousin's boyfriend is currently employed in the Queen's Army Hostel. He said that the lieutenant gave him a very generous tip when he carried the lieutenant's trunks during his move.
You don't say.
Yes, and if they decide to get married and make their home here, we won't be afraid for our jobs. And considering their youth, the family wouldn't stop growing anytime soon. I used to be a nurse, you know.
Well, I must leave you now.
Please say hello for me to your doctor friend.
I'll let him know, but I think he is otherwise engaged.
It's worth noting they said that the boy ward has red hair.
Yeah. Oh, I took a wrong turn, I think.
Closed.
Can we finally go up the stairs?
I'm assuming the office is up the stairs. I just gotta find the stairs. Ah, there we go. And talk to the other maid.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, sir.
Tell me, Mary, do you remember Wyatt Collins?
Oh, he's a black sheep, that one is. He had a bad habit of stealing from the wine cellar at night. Then he was so saucy, he tried to pin it on the staff the next day. Can you imagine that?
So you weren't fond of him, on the whole?
He spoke ill of everyone. Why, I recall the day our master tossed him howling into the street because a blackguard dared to slander Mr. Grimble.
Well, I will see you later, Mary.
Goodbye.
Come on, up the stairs you go.
Well, it's not too early. I just informed Miss Bromsby about Mr. Fowlett. Besides, I told her about the notes that suggested Sir Bromsby's wish to amend his will in favour of Mr. Grimble. According to our solicitors, this new development does complicate the succession. Let's hope Mr. Bromsby's safe contains an official document which will allow us to see things more clearly. I do hope you've discovered the code, because I did not sleep well last night and I'm in no mood for riddles.
Such a bore. Not in
The
mood for
sequence
riddles.
of numbers found at Fowlett's should help me discover the code.
So let's see.
So the
Get the
numbers
code
here
up.
can be 1 to 5.
There we go.
The numbers add up to a lot more than 5 if taken vertically.
Mm-hmm.
It could be how many groups of numbers there are.
Hmm.
It could be how many different numbers are displayed. It could be how many number 1s are in a column. It could be how many number 2s are in a column.
That's true. Hmm. One below it, either the same or just another 1 1. Then a 2 1. So 2 1s. Meaning 2. 1 2 and 1 1. Meaning 3. Maybe? Oh. What do you want to try first?
How many 1s are in a column? So 4, 3, 2, 1. Is there a 0? Oh, but there's no 0.
No.
There's no 0 entry, is there? So it can only be number of 2s in a... No, it can't be number of 2s in a column either. Number of groups of numbers. So 3, 3... 3, 3, 1, 2, 1, 1. Is what I would like to try.
You want to try, what did you say? 1
3, 3.
3 3.
Left to right. 3, 3. 1, 2, 1, 1.
1 2 1 1.
It has no effect.
Damn. If it's not groups of numbers. How many different numbers are in a column? So try 2, 2,
2 2.
1, 2, 1, 1.
It has no effect.
Also no.
Okay, but if I type that down, can I? No, I don't have it there. Okay, but if it's it would be it would be Oh yeah, no, this is simple. This is real simple. This is really simple.
I don't see it. I'm all ears.
Okay, so this is 1. This line describes this one, a 1-1. This is 2 1s, 2-1. This is a 1-2, also a 1-1. This one is 1-1, then 1-2, then 2 1s. The next line would therefore be 3-1. 3 1s, and then 2 2s. So 3, 2 2, and 1 1.
I followed the first 2 bits of that, but then not anymore.
Okay.
Try your thing.
Okay, so if I got that right, it would be 3. Would it be 3-1 or would it go straight to 3-2? It would probably be 3-1. That's the one that makes sense, and then 2-2. It made a sound.
It is simplicity itself.
And a 1-1. Hooray!
This could be valuable evidence.
It wasn't math related, it was word
What
related.
could this key open? Bank statements.
Yay!
Word.
2 words. Let's see. Richard's letter. Sir, your attitude and behavior in this affair that has set us one against the other is vile and contemptible. Abandon all thoughts about the Fairfax Theatre and the soil on which it stands. You conduct yourself as a brigand, and brigands always come to a bad end. White Richards. Money transfer to Sherman's bank. Gimbal. So Gimbal has been transferring a lot of money.
Deutschland. It's not described as Germany.
I'm not quite sure what that means.
I have a
Oh,
feeling
well.
that I should inspect this Fairfax Theatre. It appears to be Bromsby Enterprises territory now, and Grimble's office should be nearby.
Okay, so we're just heading off. We don't need to talk to anyone or anything. We can just leave? No. Do we tell the inspector?
Not one shred of paper about the inheritance.
Well, he
My
sounded like he
superiors
just wanted
keep
us to
pressing
open
on
the
me,
safe.
saying that
We
we're
should be
going through a
done.
crisis in the
Yeah.
city. For now, I'll check into this Richards character. What are your plans?
First of all, I will need this key. I presume that you have had neither the time nor the opportunity to inform Mr. Grimble about the current state of the investigation. As it is the weekend, could you ask him to come in?
Rest assured, it will be done.
Miss Bromsby, I will ask you for your continued patience. I have given you my word that I would discover the truth, and upon my word, I shall find it. Gentlemen, Watson, we must take our leave.
And now we can go.
But what are we
Have a new
doing
location,
in this
yeah.
place? And why did you ask Lestrade to call Herman Grimble to Sherringford Hall?
To ensure Grimble would not find us here. In the pursuit of justice, Watson, we are once more obliged to bend the law.
Sorry, but why?
If Scotland Yard can be shown the necessity of searching the offices of Bromsby's cement works, many things may happen.
Exactly, Holmes.
Now, Watson, we need to find a way into the cement works. Oh, Watson, it seems fortune favors us.
Why, hello there.
Hello, Mr. Goblet. The last time I saw you, you were filling barrels with motor oil.
Well, I'll be jiggered, Mr. Holmes. It is a small world, isn't it? Your days of roaming the docks are long past now, aren't they? Same for me. Tell me, What brings you to these parts?
I'm assuming that's from the hidden object game then?
Are you the watchman for this factory?
Not official, like. This would be Fat Dub's job. But I take his place on weekends and he checks in on the by and by.
See?
Who is regular night watchman?
That will be Marty and his dogs. Why, Mr. Holmes?
In truth, I'm interested in the recent murder of Sir
We need to
Bromsby.
know who to
My
bribe.
investigation convinces me that vital evidence may well lie within this place.
Say nothing more. Here's the key for the office. It's the building just to the right after the entrance. The building's in the centre of the workers' cloakrooms. I don't think you'll find much to interest you there. Further in the yard, there's the storehouse for raw materials.
I mean, you couldn't be more helpful if you tried.
Do you also have the key to the former Fairfax Theatre?
No, I don't have that key. The only key I know of was given to Mr. Grimble when the building was bought. Mr. Holmes, you must make haste, as Dubs has not been by for over 2 hours, so I'd expect him in the next quarter hour or so. No need for thanking me. This is small service indeed for all that you've done for me in the past.
We will return.
I'll wait for you.
Okay. With haste, Watson. With haste. Does our key fit that door? Or we're gonna have to search for a key.
Here is the old Fairfax. Closed.
Yes, but the key that we found in
Here
the
is
office.
the old Fairfax.
No, cannot be
Closed.
used. Let go of the key. Let go of the key. Hmm. Well, where do you think we can go? Where can we use our keys that we have?
Well, he said not the theatre, he said the office.
Yeah, I just wanted to see if our other key worked at the theater. I was hopeful that we could just skip it. Is this the office? Where is the office?
It does seem a lot more factory-y than office-y.
Yeah. Come on, run.
He's taller than the building again.
Yep. Not for long. Is it this thing over here, perhaps? Is that the office? Can I get there?
Closed.
Yes, but...
Also, the shadow direction changes when
Come,
you change
Watson.
scene.
Watson, stay by this window and let me know as soon as you see a large man coming from the other side of the street.
All right, Holmes.
Stand inside the chair, Watson. Stand inside the chair.
I need more information.
Need more information.
So the desk, the cupboards behind the desk, up the stairs, perhaps into the screen behind the inventory.
There's so many possibilities.
They must have never cleaned here before.
Okay, let's see. Nothing in there.
Oh, lovely globe.
Doesn't seem to be anything I can interact with, though. Oh, maybe this isn't the spot I'm supposed to be at. Oh, new view. Can I move the people on the bridge?
What a beautiful model. Something else is needed here.
So we need another person in there. Probably, is my guess. That we need to
it says
find
something else, yeah.
find the figure that goes in there. Is this table a puzzle? No. How about this thing over here? Is this a puzzle? Seemingly not. Okay. Oh, whoa. No, you're not leaving before you pick up that key.
This key reminds me of another. Closed.
But do you have key?
This is a veritable museum.
Okay, we made it inside. Can we get another camera angle?
Closed.
Is this the tiny key? It is the tiny key. And we now have an account book.
Do these numbers match up, or do they not match? Like, is someone skimming off the top?
Yes. By quite a lot. Quite a lot, actually.
The third number seems bigger.
They were all bigger except the last one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was mixing up which one you'd selected. My bad.
8,000. Oh, well, this one is slower, actually. But 150 becomes 400. 15. 12. And then 1500. 800. Something. Is that all I needed? In here? Really?
Oh, I mean, it feels like there's going to be a quiz question about
I'll examine the statue of Ganesh.
Those two being different.
Probably.
The nose, the end of the nose
Miniature
swivels.
of Bromsby.
We have a miniature of Bromsby.
And that goes on the bridge.
I would assume so. The only place we've seen where the miniature would fit.
That is not Ganesh. Ganesh is graceful.
Are you saying that one wasn't graceful?
Was not graceful.
Let's see.
It was a tubby bubby.
Ooh, little key.
That do though? Oh, it dropped a key down there. Okay.
I don't know where that key is gonna go, though. That's a completely different question.
The table on the bottom that said we need something?
Could very well be. Are you willing to leave now?
From watching you, it feels like there is great difficulty in making him move around.
There is great difficulty in making him move around. Okay, I guess I can't use those. Do I need to go over here?
I need more information.
Okay, so that's just the door.
Oh, okay, it's not the table.
No, I thought it was like a puzzle on the table, but apparently
Yeah,
not.
so did I.
I think it's just...
I need more information.
Just door. Well, can we use it on any of these doors? Can you approach that door, please? No?
It feels like the last room, the room with the elephant, has probably got more stuff in it.
Probably. You're probably right.
There was another statue, unless only one of the statues is interesting, because there was a sphinx, or something that looked sphinx-like.
Mm-hmm.
An old souvenir from India.
Okay. Pixel scrubbing every single thing. Statue from India, but it did nothing to help us. Is there something on the floor there? No, apparently not.
Yeah, that's the edge of the carpet tassel. I agree that it looks like something, though.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Cannot interact with Sphinx.
Boo.
Can interact with desk.
Closed. Grimble will know that his drawer was opened if I take this key.
Yeah.
I can't keep these documents.
No, but can we
Grimble
look at
will
them?
know that his drawer was opened if I take this key.
Place other key in there to pretend to be a key so you can steal
Grimble
this
will know
one?
that his drawer was opened if I take this key.
I figured, okay, if I had soap, I could make tea.
Oh, make an impression of it.
Mm-hmm. But we don't have soap. What can we do? What can we do? We have a bunch of keys, but... Can I take notes? Like, can I use the feather pen on... Make notes? Like, you'd think it would still allow us to pick it up.
Grimble will know that his drawer was opened if I take this key.
Oh, apparently
you
we
take-
did take something.
Oh, so we made a copy of the things in our own personal notes, but we didn't
Yes.
yoink them.
We took some. Melvin, you must pay. W. Yesterday
Written
afternoon.
in gin.
Hmm?
It's written in gin.
Uh-huh. Yesterday afternoon, after prolonged struggle, Captain Lowry expired at his residence in the military quarters. Despite suffering for a period of weeks from fever and dehydration, the deceased kept his lucidity and spirits till the very end. So said his close neighbors, Mr. Bund and Mr. Waters. He was a widower and exemplary office of the commissionary. His friend commented that he was deprived of the career he truly deserved. His repeated disagreement with his superiors during the construction of the bridge over Kalidasa Abyss adversely affected his subsequent postings. Despite his many virtues, he was not assigned duties in keeping with his true talents. A mass will be said in his honor tomorrow in the chapel near the barracks. Mr. Waters, privy to the last words of the deceased, said that Captain Lowry contrary to custom, did not desire to be buried at the Bombay English Military Cemetery. Rather, he insisted on cremation in the native Indian manner. The region commander had yet to issue their authorization for this ceremony to take place.
Are we going to go inspect the body?
In India? I don't think Sherlock is going to Bombay.
Oh, you think that... Okay. I thought the Bombay Observer was reporting about things happening here.
Oh no, I assumed it was over there. I'm assuming it's there. Well, if I can't take the key, then I don't know. I don't know what else to do in this window.
The other side of the desk drawer open?
Hmm.
No.
No, it didn't. No, it doesn't seem to be anything else here. Oh, there was something there.
Is there anything under this tiger?
Let's see, what's this?
This writing is very hesitant and jittery.
Don't be stupid, Grimble. Accept my conditions. Unless you do, be assured that I will tell everything I know to anyone within earshot at Sherrington Hall. VC. Well, that's something. Did you have anything more for me, Elephant? No. Doesn't look like it. To go into the drawer again. Any ideas?
No. Not unless you can, like, walk behind the desk or something, but it doesn't seem that you can.
Only to go straight to the picture. And even then, he's kind of like weird about it.
If you try and use the front door, it still says we haven't got everything?
Let's see.
And did we look at the thing that we picked up from Africa?
What thing?
The thing that you picked up that was right next to the head in that other room.
Did I didn't pick up anything, I think.
I thought you picked up a little trinket from Africa.
I thought it was just he says
An old
that...
souvenir from India.
Oh, I thought you picked something up there.
An old souvenir from India.
Okay, no.
Maybe I'm supposed to pick something up on it? Can I put the cap on it?
An old souvenir from India.
Give it a hat?
Maybe it just wants a hat. Maybe it just wants a hat. Well, let's see. Was there anything I could have missed out here, though? Like any of these pictures clickable? Doesn't look like it.
Photographs of several completed projects of Bromsby's enterprises. Let's have a closer look.
Oh. Paintings that we needed to look at, okay.
It is young Grimble, and there are visible signs of family resemblance between the two men.
Hurry, Holmes! I see someone coming.
One moment. I must take care. that everything appears undisturbed. Quickly, let us secure a cab. I must send several messages of great importance.
Please
Do we never
sit
go in the
down,
other building?
Holmes.
No,
Even
apparently
if you
not.
do not intend to eat, your constant agitation has been tiresome all evening. Besides, it
You reckon
threatens
cut
to ruin
content?
my digestion.
Maybe later content? I don't know how close we are to the
but
end.
this activity allows me to concentrate. I suppose in the solving of this case, my brain must have priority over your stomach.
Ah, Holmes!
Hush, Watson. I can hear steps on the stairs. But the tread is too heavy to belong to the person I was expecting. Ah, it would seem that the army has arrived. In time to settle our quarrel.
I hope I've not disturbed you gentlemen by arriving unannounced and at such a late hour.
Nonsense. Please come in, Lieutenant. We are pleased with the diversion offered by your presence.
Well, frankly speaking, I came with the hope that I could learn something of your progress on the case.
You are so suspicious.
But you must tell me first, what is your interest in this case?
Oh, I see. Well, you must understand
You think
that,
he's
well,
tricking
to
the
speak
girl?
plainly, Mr.
Oh, yeah.
Holmes, here is my position. I had not set foot on British soil for quite some time until now.
He
A few
fell
short
too
days
fast.
ago, I saw an angel. It was Miss Lavinia, whom I then dared fall in love with.
He fell way
There
too
it
fast.
is, and I'm not afraid to say it.
My good man, your meaning escapes me.
Several moments later, her father lies dead, and she is considered the main suspect in this affair. But I tell you, this is impossible, because I could not and dared not take my eyes off of her.
So what is your concern?
It seems my unguarded and devoted attentions towards Miss Bromsby during her troubled days have left no doubt as to my true feeling for her. Inspector Lestrade has intimated that the court may consider my testimony to be tainted by my affections, and thus my evidence disregarded. What is worse, I could even be accused of giving false evidence.
Ah, that is horrible. We will take every effort to avoid it.
Mind yourself! What do you want of me?
That is why I have come to see you, Mr. Holmes. If I must seem to abandon her to save her
Don't
honor
promise
and her
to be
life,
helpful,
then I will
Watson.
leave. Even if it means the absolute destruction of our happiness. But you, Mr. Holmes, could you intervene so that I will not be brought to this terrible choice? I will be eternally in your debt.
Naturally, you must not lose hope, young man. Am I not right, Holmes?
Anything is possible, Watson. Your hope is based on an assurance, which, in good faith, I cannot give, my dear Lieutenant. However, I can give you this advice. Abandoning Miss Bromsby will do her case no good, even if her appearance in the dock proves unavoidable. Well, goodbye, Lieutenant.
I will heed your advice, Mr. Holmes.
Wait, I will see you to the door.
We got him, Mr. Holmes. He was going into the Bromsby Cement Works.
What did you say, Wiggins?
The man you're looking for went into the Bromsby Cement Works, mister, to the rear entrance. It was at night. Stapleton spotted him clear as day. Isn't that right, Stapleton?
Here is your money and your extra guinea as promised. Well earned, lads. Bravo, Stapleton.
Sometimes, Holmes, I do not know what stops me from...
What are you going on about, Watson?
You know very well what I am referring to. This brave young soldier is in total despair and broke down in tears in these very rooms. But the great Sherlock Holmes could not give him a farthing of hope or compassion. No, on the contrary, the great Holmes assures him instead that his beloved will likely stand trial, which...
We do not have time to argue my methods. My irregulars have just found the mysterious passenger who took the train with a man presumed to be Horace Fowlett on the very night that Fowler was murdered. Our elusive passenger has been traced to the Bromsby Cement Works. There is not a moment to lose. I must return to that place. Are you with me?
The Bromsby Cement Works? Of course.
You'll see why we said what we said, Watson.
According to Mr. Goblet,
man's an
the cement
absolute
factory
scoundrel.
regarded by a pair of dogs. We need to be very discreet.
Okay, Watson, you run in, get the dogs chasing you, and then we'll follow. That's the plan, right?
The Hounds of the Baskervilles is a different story.
Mm-hmm. So where can I use the ladder?
Come,
Missing
Watson.
steps and
Stay
everything.
here, Watson. If anyone attempts to scale this wall, then cross over to this side. Make as much noise as you can to attract the guard.
Be careful, Holmes.
I must get to the main office and locate the key to the Fairfax Theatre without being noticed by the guard and his dogs. I must stay hidden at all times when I move.
Oh, that will be fun with your horrible movement system.
Save. Save, 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 save.
Does feel like a safe spot.
Before the dogs eat us.
Oh, the dogs will eat us. I can't even see the dogs though.
Yeah, I don't see what dogs you're meant to be dodging.
What now?
Oh,
Who's
there.
Stop where you are.
Okay, so he sees it there. Case is closed. Your investigation failed to get all the necessary evidence in time. Therefore, Miss Lavinia was accused and sentenced to death for the murder of her father. Herman Grimble, the right hand of Sir Bromsby, killed himself a few months after these events. The Bromsby enterprise collapsed, causing a major crisis in the city. I shall always regret these unfortunate events and my failure to close this case.
Nice. Game's not afraid to say, you suck!
You caused these people to die. Okay, so where am I? I'm over here. Can you move, Sherlock? And don't go into the light! How am I supposed to... I can't go any further. To the side. Damn it, that's the dog again. Okay, so it's not just avoid the light sources.
Go up the middle.
I can try going up middle. Maybe we can get a new point of view, if nothing else.
What now? Who's there? Stop where you are.
Maybe if I turned to the right at the top there?
Right. It's... I mean, the right... That... Wasn't the right the hole heading towards the hole where the dog is?
Yeah, but I don't know if the dog is always there because I can't see it. I would have much preferred to have a camera angle where I, you know, actually can see the dog.
Where are your, like, feet off screen indicated? Is it just get to the top right
What now?
near where the
Who's
dog
there?
is?
Yeah, because now I stood still and the dog
Stop
moves.
where you are.
So the dog moves up there. Meaning if I time it right, I should be able to make it across. But how am I supposed to know if I time it right when I can't see the dog? Because now the dog goes up there. But I have no idea. Stay out of sight, Holmes. I think the dog is... Now the dog is there. How far can you see, Doggo?
What
Oh.
now? Who's there?
Okay. So for dodging
Stop
away from
where you
him...
are.
Hmm. So I need to get the
Doggo's
dog
line
down.
of sight is like half the screen.
Yeah. Doggo can see well. Doggo can see very, very well. Can I get closer to that wagon? Come on, you can hide better than that. No, you're on the wrong side of it. You're gonna get... Okay, it's walking away. It's not walking away.
Who's there?
Stop where you are.
How on earth are you supposed to do that? Like, I could understand it if it's move where the dog can't see you and you can actually see where the dog is. Even
But when
if
it's
the dog
off screen, yeah.
Hmm. 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 Let's try again. Let's try again. There's gotta be a place where the dog won't see me. But where? Where does the dog not see me? Is this spot over here safe? Doggo does not see. But do I then go up this way? No, Doggo sees.
Stop where you are.
Oh. I just don't get it. I don't get it.
Which dog do we get eaten by?
Mm-hmm. It really feels like...
It feels like the view is meant to be further back, so that you can see the dog.
Yeah, but I've tried going all along that line and nothing. But I stood here and the dog did not see me. So maybe I can just stay here until we get a clearer idea of the dog's walking pattern. Unless suddenly now the dog does see me. Okay, dog did not see me there. Dog did see me there.
Stop where you are.
Oh. If I stay with the wagon, is there enough time to make the run once the dog turns, or am I then too low on the screen?
What now? Who's there?
Oh, come on!
Stop
It's
where
never
you are.
seen me when I even go there before. That's new.
Is it to do with maybe running versus walking?
I don't know, maybe I just ran too fast. Let's just wait until the dog moves a bit further. Now it can't see me. Come on, run
What
for it,
now?
Holmes.
Who's there?
Run for it.
Stop where you are.
Oh, this is an annoying part. This is definitely an annoying part. Like, this doesn't even feel like being stuck on a puzzle, it just feels like I need to time it, but I don't know when. Because I can't see the screen.
If you stay over on the right, like, if you stay sort of there, yes.
Yes.
Does the dog eventually see you?
No, not here. Here I'm completely blocked from that. But eventually he will come down here and presumably see me.
Does he do another full loop? I've only seen him walk, like, to about the end of the middle block thing.
Okay. I think he's been down here, so I think he just walks around in a loop. But we can wait and see. If he doesn't loop...
What now? Who's there?
Okay, so there... The dog will eventually see me there anyway.
Stop where you are.
Hmm.
And what if you're up by the sort of box at the end of the central thing?
Which box?
So, sort of just before the lights, there's boxes in the...
What now? Who's there?
Where even is the dog at this point?
It's off to the right of screen.
Ugh. Okay,
So
I'm
I'm
try
sort
to
of like
run
saying,
where you're gonna go.
follow the middle building up to where it ends at the boxes, and then wait
Like
for
here
the
with the
doggo.
boxes.
Yeah, there. Yes.
But the doggo saw me there, I think.
Now the dog should go from the sort of top corner across
Yeah.
to the right.
Should I then just go around here and try to loop against? Perhaps?
What
Because
now?
if I just
Who's
keep
there?
standing there,
Try,
it's gonna
maybe
be...
maybe that desyncs the dog from...
Stop where you are.
We can try that. Because I can't stand there because the dog will see me when the dog turns. So maybe I'm just supposed to quickly get around that corner. If
So
nothing
when
else,
the dog
we'll
starts
see.
to walk off screen in the top right.
Yeah. while the dog has its back onto me. There we go. I think I'm in the right pixel. We'll see. Waiting to see that dog. Come on, run, over.
What now?
That's
Who's
not
there?
even where I wanted you to run.
Stop where
You
you
ran
are.
way over there. So that can't be it.
And what if you stay in the bottom right corner?
If I stay in the bottom right corner, let's try.
Does the doggo eventually get you?
You mean down here?
Yeah.
I would assume the dog, when it's up here, will get me quite easily.
What now? Who's... Stop, wait!
I moved.
Did the guy see you then, or the dog?
The dog. The dog off screen did.
Did you try stopping where we are, like when you just enter the screen, stay still? Maybe. Maybe
How high
resting.
can I be before the dog sees me, though? Like, is this a safe spot? Does the dog see me when it crosses over here? Yes.
What now? Who's
Yes, he
there?
does.
Stop where you are.
Wow, that's a huge...
That's a big sight line.
Well, we can take chat's suggestion of staying still when you enter the screen.
Just stay here. Marky will go see me sooner or later. When he's coming down this path, he'll see me. Like, there's no way he won't see me now.
What now? Who's there?
And for some reason the dog sees
Stop
me.
where you are.
Like, how are you supposed to do this one?
No, there's no triggered memories here, Maury.
No, nothing.
Or did you suppress this because it was so
Yes.
painful?
Yes, probably. I have a feeling this was just endless amount of just casually running across and eventually stumbling upon something. Where is the dog? Go down. Does the dog see me here? Dog does not see me there. Can I then run across? No,
What
then
now?
dog
Who's
sees
there?
me.
Stop where you are.
This is a very boring place to get stuck.
It's
Not gonna
not
lie.
very puzzly, like there's not a lot of thinking.
No. Like, if I'm stuck in a puzzle, that's fair. That's fair and square. This feels like randomized, try to run and make it before the dog sees you.
How close can you try following as close as you can behind the man? Like,
Yeah, but I can't go around on the other side, that's the problem.
okay.
Because when I tried that, it just made me run
When you
further
see
up
the
here.
dog in the doorway, sprint for the doorway. Go! Go! Go!
What now? Who's
Delayed.
there?
Stop where you are.
Hmm.
Because it seems like he only detects you once it turns around.
So you mean like run from there about when it's just up in the corner?
Yeah.
Okay, we can try. Again, that seems very much like time it correctly. And if you're 1 millisecond behind with these controls, you're dead.
He does seem clunky to, like, start moving and accelerate.
And now he doesn't want to move forward. Come on. You're too far forward. Go back. Yeah.
What now?
Doesn't want to
Who's
go
there?
back, so he's gonna get seen.
Stop where you are.
So it's like stand just behind that wheelbarrow.
Yeah.
What now? Who's there?
What?
Stop where
Bless
you
you.
are.
Did it say something?
I said bless you because it sounded like you sneezed.
Oh, I just went what? Because I couldn't understand how the dog saw me there. Is that too far? Maybe?
I think that's too far past the wheelbarrow myself.
Come on, doggo. Run, 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 run!
Closed.
Oh, you!
Yes!
Perfect. I am here. I believe I
I
shall find the key
swear,
in this
if he had
office.
died
I
there
must
because he
repeat
was
all the
fiddling
steps I
around
took
and
before to get the Fairfax Theatre key in Grimble's desk.
Save! Save, 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 save.
Saving, overwrite that thing. Yes, I want to overwrite.
Never see that save again.
Never. That save can go a special place. Okay.
So it's presumably up to that desk with the things we couldn't take.
Yes, I'm assuming that. Come on, turn around.
Closed.
Oh, we don't have that key.
Closed.
Oh, are you kidding me? We have to do it all over again.
Like we have to do Ganesha and the bridge.
Whoop. Go back, get the key. I mean, he did say he put everything back, so I should have expected it, but still. Oh, I really hope that that's not another one of those dog chasing things when we're trying to get out. Ah. Come on. Come on. Get in there. There we go. Whoop. We have a key. Exit. Head back. But yeah, we're definitely saving before we're leaving this area as well. Okay, and then it was this one on this. Then we have the key. Warehouse key.
Observe. Grimble must have been here.
Grimble must have been here? Oh, Grimble and Bromsby in India. Grimble, an unknown person, front of warders in Grimble. Young Grimble with his brother, India 1870. Cabinet Lloyd, and Masterson. Report about the investigation from Mr. Grimble. The presumption of a will as presented by a member of the bar is confirmed by the presence of a writing, though not recorded or notarized, might stand in support of a petition to the court for determining succession of interest. However, for such an effort to be successful, it would require the court to set judicial precedent, as the case law is now silent on this specific matter. It is possible that in such a case, the court may be prevailed upon for an expeditious decision. The argument exists that the Crown shall suffer dire consequences unless the court settle this matter without delay. Our office would be honored to represent you in this case. Okay, so Grimby is lawyering up. Proving that he is very much not innocent. Okay, and then save. Okay. Do I really have to?
Now I shall travel to the Fairfax Theatre, but I must take care that the guard does not see me.
Oh, you must take care the guard doesn't see you, do you? Then run, you fool! Run! Where even are we? How am I supposed to do that? The dog's gonna see me there.
What now? Who's there? Stop where you are.
Maybe down there and then over. That could work. That
and then around, yeah.
Yeah.
Now I shall travel to the Fairfax.
Yeah.
If you can hide from the man's line of sight while he does his second loop.
Come on, run! Run, you fool! Oh no, I can't actually. I seem to remember. Because I seem to remember the dog will see me here.
Maybe you can enter back out into the first screen?
What now? Who's there? Stop where you are.
Where do you mean?
Like where we first entered this whole area from.
Mm-hmm.
Now I shall travel to the Fairfax Theatre, but I must take
like
care
the very
that the
bottom
guard
left
does not
of
see me.
the chase screen.
Okay. Run, 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 run. Okay, I cannot hide behind that thing apparently.
The guy gets there too quickly, okay.
I keep thinking that he was gonna go up on that side because he's out of sight, but maybe he isn't. Maybe he isn't. Maybe I'm just getting spooked by him.
Now I shall travel to the Fairfax Theatre, but I must take care that the guards...
Yeah. I don't have time for you, Sherlock. You're being an absolute pain to control. Come on. Up and hide. Kinda duck behind it. Can you duck more? Guess that's the most you're gonna duck. And then just hope that the dog is so much out of sync. Run.
Yeah, you could get back to the first screen.
Come, Watson, let us enter.
Oh yeah, let's get Watson in here as well.
Look to the gates and let me know if a guard or anyone else is coming.
All right, Holmes.
No, first we save.
First we save.
There.
My
Damn
word,
dogs.
I can't see anything.
Well, good thing we have matches then, isn't it? Except those don't work there.
I must light the lamp. I can't see a thing.
Oh, I thought I was still holding them. Guess I wasn't.
There's a lamp? Oh, that thing.
Yeah, because that won't notify the guard at all, you know?
That a little steam-powered trolley?
I'm unsure.
This lock is very old. I think I may be able to force it. This lock is very old. I think I may be able to force it. Let us enter.
Okay, so we need to find like a shovel or a crowbar or something?
I can't see a thing.
Alright, we
no,
had
we
the knife.
cuffed the lock.
We had a knife to work with. I really want those keys there. Ah, there's a lamp. Just took me a while to spot it.
Ah, now I see better.
A hat?
Traces of blood and hair.
Okay. Let's remove that. After that whole thing, I just keep feeling like I'm on some sort of timer, and if I don't find things fast enough, the dogs will arrive or something.
Only you'd remember it.
Would I? I clearly don't remember these parts.
The theatre was transformed into a warehouse when Bromsby bought it. Few traces remain from the old days.
Climb that ladder. No? Don't want to climb the ladder?
Is there another screen, a 4 screen?
Yes. Yes, there is. Do I need to light that lantern as well? No, apparently not.
Or the background one?
Closed. Closed.
Can you go up that small ladder on the right?
No. So we need to
The
find
shovel
a key.
that's directly behind you?
That's not a shovel, but I cannot interact with it.
Oh, it's a fire poker, okay.
I can't say I've seen anywhere that could have found the key, though.
Maybe back in the first area with that little steam-powered dolly thing?
Oh, could be. Could very well be. Yeah, I cannot go up there. Nothing there. Oh wait, I had more keys. I had the keys on the chain that I forgot to even try.
Do try all, yeah.
This place is rather sinister.
Hmm. Yeah, sure. Just walk straight across.
Do you
need
light that
something.
lamp? No, okay.
I need something. I need something.
Do you need your magnifying glass?
Quicklime! I must take precautions, as this substance is quite dangerous.
Okay, so take precautions against quicklime.
No idea, sorry.
Some relics from the theatre days, most likely. Some relics from the theatre days, most likely.
Yeah, but why would you make a room with these things in if I
And
can't...
nothing else.
If they're not important? You wouldn't, would you, Sherlock? Surely you wouldn't. You wouldn't
No,
create a
that's not
whole
sorry.
room with nothing to do or nothing to see. Okay. Let's go back and have a look at the trolley that you wanted to see. Maybe we can find... Oh, there were gloves right there, wasn't there? I walked right over those gloves. Except I can't pick them up. But that is clearly gloves.
Maybe Pixel hunt that new room, the two other views as well. Oh, you think the gloves are like safety?
I would assume so, but... We'll
I
head
thought we'd
back...
find like a bucket of water or something.
For quicklime? I thought quicklime was like you breathe it in. Can I not leave?
Well, if we can't leave, then that's... The answer's obviously not backwards.
Feels a bit strange. Ah, I can leave. I just had to find the right pixel to stand on. Is there anything further down this way? No. So there's only this way.
Pixel hunt the little steam dolly thing, maybe.
You may go, Holmes. I do not see anyone at this moment.
Okay. Pixel scrubbing from the bottom of the screen.
So like the little instrument thing between you and him.
Uh-huh. I get what you're...
Yeah, you're just being methodical, sure. We don't want a hidden object a la Discworld Noir, hidden in the shadow, stupid object.
Uh-huh. No, doesn't seem like there's
I'm gonna step away for a second, refill my drink. BRB.
Yeah.
Good luck. Yeah.
Surely there's nothing this high up. Surely there wouldn't be anything up here. Hmm. Is that something? There's irregularities in the sand there. No. Doesn't appear to be. Okay, next screen. Next screen.
I need something.
Those, on the other hand, are very clear irregularities. So we can quickly with the
Damp
base,
white
right? Just coast your hands in acid.
Somebody has been here before us.
Don't think Sherlock is particularly keen on covering his hands in acid. Okay, so there was not anything there. Now that I know that I need to do the quick climb thing, can I grab stuff from here? No. Can I get something from this side?
Cordial refilled. Welcome back.
Hey, great. Found some footprints, but that's it.
Could you measure them? Could you
Yes.
take samples of them?
I measured them. I measured the footprints.
Are they 7?
Whoop. Didn't even say.
Again on the way out. Presumably it's triggerable again.
You just said someone's been here before us. And that was all.
Okay.
Hi there, Rumor. Yeah, we're still going. Still going.
Welcome back. I hope you had a good sleep, Vama. You've missed the joys of the clown game.
The jester. The creepy, creepy jester. Oh, that was something. Or is that the door? Is that just a door that's very far off pixelated? Yeah, that's just a door that's very far pixelated, darn it.
And the not Sudoku puzzle.
And dogs. Horrible stealth part with dogs.
You may yet get to see more stealth dogs on the way out of here. Can you lift up that second ring?
Doesn't look like it. They don't seem,
To have a hand icon, yeah.
The only thing that has a hand icon are these.
Some relics from the theatre days, most likely.
Yeah.
Where's our spyglass anyway? Use spyglass on the relics.
Some relics from the theatre days, most likely.
That's not it.
Some relics from the theatre days, most likely. Some relics from the theatre days, most likely.
Can you move the rings on the other side?
Let's see.
The knot is too tight. I need something to cut it.
Will our knife works? Oh dear.
This is quicklime. I need a mask to protect myself.
It's another sack of potatoes.
Need a mask, huh? But we haven't seen anything that could be used as a mask.
We wear the gloves as a mask.
Oh dear. Wouldn't that be a thing? Well, let's see. Still not allowed to do anything with the gloves. Maybe there was a mask item hidden in the cell section. Must return. Too bad. We never return.
Can we use the knife on anything else? If the knife was just our solution, and the knife was the answer to the door, everything seems to be knife, knife, knife at the moment.
Knife or matches? Those are the two things that we've used.
What about that thing that we said had blood on it, but we couldn't do anything to? By the door.
Can try. Let's over this way. Come on. Take the step.
Move forward.
We cannot cut the cloth. Surely our hat will protect us, right?
Can we, use the knife on the hat, or use the hat on us?
See, the thing that I really want to pick up is that gauze and wrap that around us. But I have hovered over that so many times and it hasn't been an option.
A clean
Oh,
cloth. I can use it as a mask.
I am not happy with you, game. I hovered over that.
Ah, but we know we need it now.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Oh, game.
No, I don't want to... I wanted to use it on us.
No, other way.
Yeah. See, if Sherlock was more like Nancy and just pilfered everything it came by the first time around, this wouldn't be an issue. But no, Sherlock won't pilfer things unless he knows he has need of
This
it.
is quicklime. I need a mask to protect myself.
Fine, do you want to make yourself a mask then? How do you want to use this thing?
Knife it? Knife has been the answer to everything else, or matches it?
At least with this improvised mask, I can now enter the room with the quicklime.
He said he used it, but it doesn't show on him, so I guess they didn't...
We just have the status of wearing masks.
We are running out of time. I need something to remove the body.
Knife?
I need something to remove the body.
Poker?
Oh, so now we can go back and pick up the poker, you think?
I think.
Okay, I would assume it would be the shovel right here. But
Yeah,
the shovel...
don't not check the shovel.
The shovel that I also haven't been allowed to pick up earlier.
was the shovel. Damn.
No, I need to find something else. I need something to remove the body.
Did I lose the shovel?
Yes, it just absorbed your shovel.
I got his feet up,
Poker.
but that was not enough.
Poker.
Fine, we'll go back and get the poker.
This is when the poker isn't pick-upable, and I'm sad.
I wanted to see if that thing could be used to drag him out on, but apparently not. Because it looks like it, but it's just a
Part
door.
of the door, yeah.
Come on, get back there. We have a poker to investigate. And then if that's not available...
I don't know.
Yeah, now it's available.
Yeah.
But it's annoying because the game hasn't been like that before up until this point.
Yeah.
Like, we've been able to pick up things that we haven't needed yet, without any issue. And now suddenly, it's like, no.
He's developed a conscience, yeah.
Now I don't pick up stuff unless I know I need them.
A passport issued to a man named Johansson. Perfect. A bottle of liqueur from the Richmond Abbey. Watson, over here.
But Watson isn't
go
wearing a
secure
mask.
A white cloth around your face. One can be
We
found
don't
in
care.
the room.
He can
When you
die.
are prepared, join me.
All right, Holmes.
But we couldn't go to the safe area and tell him this. No.
Oh, poor devil.
Yes, there is something of the devil in this. However, I'm sure in a way you have not considered. We should take our leave as quietly as we came. I do hope that Lestrade will follow my instructions to the letter. If we want to keep our advantage in this inquiry,
that doesn't bode
no
well.
one can know that we have discovered the body.
Please just give me a cutscene back to Baker Street. Yes.
No more doggos. Sorry, Rusty.
Watson. Watson. They're laughing at us.
It seems to me that we have gathered all of the key elements, Watson. However, before we retire, let's summarize our findings.
In the quiz!
Questions should be answered yes or no and justified by the evidence or testimony received during the investigation.
Quiz time. Does Herman Gimbel own the only set of keys to the Fairfax Theatre? As far as we know,
Yes.
yes.
The door guy told us that. The one that we'd helped in the hidden object game.
Goblet, right? Key. Yeah, the only key I know of was given to Mr. Gimbel. So, whoop, yes. Does Captain Lorry have anything in common with Bromsby Enterprises? That was this one. Because it was the
About
bridge.
Captain Lorry. Okay, yeah. He was
He
And
was
he was,
part
like,
of the bridge, and we had the
not
picture.
promoted when he should be.
Where's the picture of the bridge? There. That should be good. We have picture of bridge that we make, and then that he was working on the bridge. Can can we say that Wyatt Collins, the nephew, is an honest person?
No.
But which one of them do we use for that? Which one?
There, the threat from Wyatt.
The threat? But that is just
I
from
mean, on the other hand, he's being honest about his threat. He's not lying about his threat.
No, but also that is just WC. Can we really...
You think it was sent by a toilet and not Wyatt Collins?
I think that it would have been said that we didn't have it properly. I mean, there is the verdict. The verdict is as clear as you can get it.
Yeah.
Surely that must be good enough.
And then
blue.
the second one of the embassy ones? Oh, no, we
needed blue.
Well, thankfully there's only 2 blue, so there's not exactly a lot of choice.
Is there? You have these?
Oh, you can scroll back still. Okay.
Yeah, I can still scroll back. So
Okay, that one is about him trying to get the staff in trouble for his drinking.
Uh-huh. That's bad. And also was that he was trying to frame Mr. Grimbley or something.
Yeah, he was trying to slander him, yeah.
Can Herman Grimble be Bromsey's heir despite the missing of an official will? That is probably the lawyer letter that we found. Was it this one? Yeah. They did say they would take his case, so I'm assuming yes. Right?
Seems reasonable. I agree with that.
Mm-hmm.
Could he be? Yeah, he could be the heir.
Yeah.
If he contests it in court.
Was the man found at all Fairfax Theatre from abroad?
Yes, because he had a passport.
Yes, but where do I...
A passport issued to a man named Johansson.
There we go. We hadn't clicked it. Issued in the name of Johansson indicates departure from Calais, France to Portsmouth, England. So, yes. If he comes from Carlisle, then surely. And that's the last one.
Success?
Hopefully?
It is simplicity itself, Watson. We have answered all the questions.
Yes!
I feel like we struggled that much more with the first one than we did with the next ones.
The second two, yeah.
Good morning, Holmes. During this long night, I got little rest. I cannot forget the terrible face on that poor fellow we found last night. And I won't even mention those unfortunate men we encountered purely through bad luck.
You say bad luck, Watson? I think not. Lestrade will have something to say about this point when he arrives. Our dear Mrs. Hudson, she must surely have risen in the middle of the night to prepare such a feast. I presume that you have your notes, Lestrade. Good. Here are mine. You seem to be somewhat tired, my dear Lestrade. You must calm yourself.
Somewhat tired? Holmes, read it for yourself in the Morning Times. It speaks only of crisis, riots, and perhaps even revolution in the streets. The bank's in a panic, froze the entire assets of the Bromsby Company. Now Grimble's unable to pay his workers. They're leaving their work sites, marching in the streets, and even now breaking everything they see.
Good God.
My superiors inform me that in 3 days' time, Bromsby's largest suppliers threaten to stop all deliveries if a solution isn't found. It seems that the future of this city and even more depends on the resolution of this case, and I must admit I'm at a complete loss. My superiors are harassing me hourly. Every day brings some new find to bedevil me, like a corpse in the night or some other mystery that confuses this case even more. And with all of this, you want me to calm myself?
Watson, would you be so kind as to pour a cup of tea for Inspector Lestrade? You see, Lestrade, the dimensions of this case are merely a reflection of the larger faults of our fragile and complicated society. London can be viewed as a game of 4 million dominoes, which are placed one after another, just so. Should some event cause one domino to fall, then another domino shall surely fall as well, and so it will continue. To stop this chain reaction, there is only one alternative. You must remove a domino, and this reaction shall cease. I agree that the sudden spectacle of all of these falling dominoes is most disconcerting. This may lead one to make the reckless decision to remove any domino at hand to try and stop the tide of these events. But it is critical that we concentrate our efforts and reason on only one question. Which domino shall we take away? Or rather, which one are we obliged to take away due to its critical position in the chain of dominoes?
I know, Holmes. My superiors demand a guilty party, and they will have him. No later than the day after tomorrow. It matters little that I doubt his guilt. We discovered certain documents that offer proof that Grimble misappropriated funds for a personal enterprise while he was an associate in India. Sir Bromsby had discovered these improprieties, which gives Grimble an excellent motive to seek Sir Bromsby's death. So I have two strong possibilities for the guilty man. But I lack definitive evidence that favors one or the other. My choice is now ruled solely by a number of important presumptions and will have two immediate consequences. One of these individuals will obtain ownership rights in the Bromsby Company, and the other will have the executioner's rope. Either way, Holmes, we've identified one of your attackers. If you need me, I'll be at Sherringford Hall tonight.
You have shaken him, Holmes.
Such was my intent. In such a complicated case, the police have their uses. I cannot bear if they start to lose their efficiency and reason. I'm going to get dressed while you study Lestrade's findings.
I wonder
I must
how
read
much
the
we have
documents
left.
Holmes gave me. It felt very British to be like, we will make him some tea. Calm down, man.
Very. Very much so. Ah, here we go. Swindle. Our auditors who specialize in financial maleficence have noted certain irregularities in the books kept from Bromsby Enterprise. In specific, recurrent and increasing diversions of monies have occurred. These misappropriations are trifling amounts compared to the scale of these holdings, but nevertheless they are still questionable acts. We suspect that the funds were appropriated by H. Grimble to benefit a small company in India, of which he is an owner and shareholder. He may have been prepared for a comfortable or happy retirement there. We sent two of our best men to audit the books to discover if there were any additional irregularities. Until now there was no result, but should our initial finding be confirmed, Mr. Grimble can say farewell to his position at Bromsby Enterprise and to any related claim to the succession. When I first interviewed Mr. Grimble, we had not yet established these facts, so we did not question him on these points. We did take note that on the night that Mr. H. Fowlett was murdered, Mr. Grimble claimed he spent the entire evening at his residence. Since Mr. Grimble is not married and is the only resident of his mansion, we have found no one to confirm his statement. Mr. Grimble was familiar with Mr. Fowlett and his house, as he visited there several times with Sir Bromsby. The document discovered at Mr. Fowlett's home proved that he had been informed by Sir Bromsby of Grimble's financial misappropriations. Here is another item of singular curiosity. Mr. Grimble and Mr. Fowlett were quite similar in appearance. Report by Inspector Lestrade, 17th of October 1897. The aggressor, Asian by birth, was identified as a certain Wung Jae. He is well known in certain undesirable districts and along the docks of the Thames. Wung Jae was regularly involved in brawls, primarily scuffles, with Ponsus. He was sentenced on 3 occasions for small crimes. According to the authorities from the police station near the docks, he was a debt collector for a local criminal band. but for some time he has also been officially employed as the fire thrower in a cabaret act that had been booked at the old Fairfax Theatre when it was still open. We haven't gained the upper hand yet.
So you were thinking about how long this is, wondering. I have some news from you from the manual.
Oh.
Secret of the Silver Earring, TM, is a new original story featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Get ready to engage in 25 to 30 hours of investigation with Inspector Lestrade, Mycroft, Holmes, Wiggins, and Mrs. Hudson's able assistants. Investigate 5 graphically rich levels of the game with 40 different 19th century London locations. So 5 levels, and then it later on tells us about that at the end of every level we get one of the quizzes. So we've done 3/5 presumably of the story.
Okay. And we're...
Which doesn't quite track with the 25 to 30 hours, but
if you take
maybe
your
we're
time,
just that good.
If you take your time. Probably when you know this was new and everything, you took that long.
And it had loading screens, and please put in the second CD.
And you know, everything took much longer. Report by Inspector Lestrade, 7th of October 1897. With the assistance of official contacts, I managed to gather some elements of the file of Lieutenant Harrington, which will contest the testimony of the later. Indeed, though he brilliantly performed at the officers' school and received the full top's honor in every discipline, he was also punished from time to time for a lack of proper respect towards the rules and authority. Thus he found himself assigned to a penal battalion in India. While stationed there, despite his brave acts, he incurred the wrath of the military hierarchy because of his behavior as a daredevil. His file indicates that he rashly decided to resign his commission in the active military to join the reserve forces. He then left India to go to South Africa. No doubt the court will be hard-pressed to believe the testimony of a man whose passion gains the upper hand over his reason. How British.
The devil, this mystery darkens.
This investigation provides us with a new corpse every day. Come, Watson, you can read that later.
Okay, but if we then assume that we are 3/5, and from that, usually these chapters don't exactly get shorter as the time goes by. Do we want to end it here?
I'd say the last 2 are probably about as long as the first 3.
Yeah. Do we want to end it here then and continue?
I think that's probably reasonable.
Uh-huh.
And you are getting a bit yawny, so...
I am getting very yawny, but that's, there's no escaping that, I'm afraid. I'm gonna be yawning all day. It's only 1:26. Oh, it's gonna be a long day.
So, summary thoughts? I haven't hated the voice acting. The models being the wrong size is like the most obvious, ridiculous thing.
Yeah. But it creates for some amusement, if nothing else. Like,
yeah.
It's one of those things, either you embrace it for what it is, and it's time, and just laugh at it, or it really annoys you and you never play the game. If that sort of thing bugs you, this isn't the game for you.
The pathing is sometimes certainly lackluster, where you've got to, like, manually micro around corners of things, rather than it, like, working out how to walk automatically to where you click.
Yeah, the walking could definitely have been a lot better, a lot more precise. And I really would have preferred that they had just let me use the keyboard for walking, instead of click the pixel and then he just stands there and like, no, I clicked it. Especially when you decide to throw things where you have to be precise and fast about your movement on top of it. Doesn't help.
Only other thing I'd say is maybe changing the quizzes to be like a per question basis. Because otherwise, I could imagine that would take a long time to brute force.
Well, yes, because you're not supposed to brute force it. You're supposed to be a clever detective and solve it. The game doesn't want you to brute force your quiz. It wants you to study. But yeah, I would.
Do your homework, says Mori.
But I would have liked like a little check when you hand in your test to see if like it's right or wrong. So you can know if you have 2 out of 5 correct or just 1 or whatever. So you have some idea of how much is wrong. Blobber exposed.
I mean, I haven't really super disliked this. I think this has been pretty reasonable.
I mean, for its time, I think it's very reasonable. I mean,
the backgrounds are really pretty.
Yeah.
The models don't move around in the backgrounds necessarily well. They like clip through
everything.
Clip through roofs and walls, and their feet stick through the floor and things, but
they hover. They hover a lot. But yeah, for when it was made, it's good. And it's...
Look, this has been playing a lot better than Nancy Drew #1.
Fair enough. Fair enough. If that's the measuring stick we're using. Let's see. Let's
if
say
Sherlock 1 is beating Nancy 1.
There we go. But yeah.
Oh, cheers all. Thank you kindly all for watching. I hope you have all had a lovely day.
Thank you everyone who stopped by. And we'll have to talk about when we continue this.
See you all next time.
Until that, goodbye.